What up? Good morning, bowling fans, and welcome to the Sunday edition of our OBA Grand Finals. Today we have our top 12 bowlers returning to the lanes from yesterday, bowling in a 12-game round-robin match play, with the last game being position round. At the end of the 12 games today, we will crown a Grand Finals champion. Our matchups right now, we have on 1 and 2, we have Jake Clemson versus Chris Tucholsky. On 3 and 4, we have we have Ian Willard versus Ryan Nicholas. On 5 and 6, we have Kyler Crevier versus Tanner Acosta. On 7 and 8, we have Eric Jensen versus Kean Pryor. Over on lanes 9 and 10, we got Brian DeLuise Anderson versus Gary Lennox. And on 11 and 12, we have Grant Benton versus Rich Corwin. We appreciate everybody that's watching, spend a little bit of time with us today, watching some bowling. Again, this is going to be pretty quick, just 30-pin bonus for a win, 12 matches. We are bowling on dual patterns today. So the left lane, we have the 2025 PBA Shark, which was yesterday's second 6 games of qualifying. And on the right lane, our bowlers are bowling on the 2025 PBA bat pattern. So a little bit of extra thought process going into the day, making sure they're lined up on the correct lane with the correct balls. Primarily looks like a lot of surface out there today. A lot of guys hitting balls with 360 and 500. A lot of urethane being thrown. The Storm guys have a lot of the IQ 78s out there. And the Brunswick players have some black hammers. They got some purple hammers out there. And all sorts of things. So it's going to be a fun day here at Tigard Bowl. Appreciate their hospitality. Appreciate Storm Bowling and their support of our organization. And as we're looking at the matches here in front of us, we have Tanner versus Kyler. And in the background, I don't know if that was picked up by our microphones or not, but the great Mal Acosta is here watching his son. And after Tanner goes split, Mal gave him some good pep talk, saying, "Great start." So Alright, taking a quick look at our points race right now. Just seeing what anything can happen. Ryan Nicholas is leading our points race. Number 2 and number 3 points as of this tournament did not make the finals. That was Johnny Leggett and Bill Machin. So next person in line, potentially, we have Eric Jensen in 4th, Chris Tucholsky in 5th, Gary Lennox in 6th. Based on points, Gary and Chris don't really have a mathematical chance to get there. This tournament's going to give 4,200 points for the winner. So when we look at Gary is currently 7,000 points behind. Chris is 6,000 points behind. Realistically, only person in there is Eric Jensen is 3,600 points behind. Looking at points accumulation for this. Minimum points today, Ryan's going to get 1,585 points, 4,200 points for a win. It's only a 2,700 point differential. So with that being said, I think it's safe to say that our OBA Player of the Year this year is going to be Mr. Ryan Nicholas. So congratulations to him. That race is all but done. And, you know, we'll just keep an eye on how things go today. Still bowling for our winner today. Is going to receive a $2,000 top prize. And Tanner gets his first mark of the day. But again, they got 12 games of match play, so you know a slow start isn't the worst that could happen. Looking at our scores, there is a little bit of separation first and second after the first day. We have Jake Clemson leading at plus 264. We have Chris Tucholsky in second at plus 11, and they're bowling each other this first match. And then we have Ian Willard in third at plus 93, and Ryan Nicholas at plus 87, Kyler at plus 84. So 3, 4, 5 is pretty tight, along with Tanner in sixth at plus 69. But a huge drop between second and third right now. Jake and Chris really outclassed the field yesterday in qualifying. Both super great. You know, and then going down, we got Rich Corwin. Was our last in at minus 41. He's 305 pins behind the lead. Again, 12 games of match play. Wasn't exactly the highest of scoring yesterday. I mean, as we see, plus 34 qualified 7th. So, 202 average qualified 7th yesterday. 208 average qualified 3rd. So again, if somebody gets hot, gets lined up on both batters, has a couple big games, gets some wins, they could march themselves up the scoreboard, as well as if our leaders falter a little bit. We'll be here all day with you. Again, appreciate you guys spending time with us, watching our bowling organization. Just glancing around really quick, see if there's anything going on. Brian DeLuisa Anderson started out with the front 3 over on lanes 9 and 10 against Gary Lennox. Other longest string right now is also a 3-bagger by Kean Pryor over on 7 and 8. He started out with a 9 dash and 3-bagger. So those are the only strings. Brian gets a early 4-bagger. Brian started off pretty hot yesterday in the short pattern, went 213, 237, and then played the up and down game the rest of the block until he shot off a big 241 in game 12 to jump himself back into the finals from minus 47 to minus 6 and get in the finals. So huge jump by BDA the last game to make the finals. That was the biggest mover of game 12 yesterday. And we see Kyler leaving the rail and then leaving the 6-pin out of it, or 4-pin out of it. Tanner made the washout in the 4th frame. Off to the left there, Ryan Nicholas leaves a 2-7 on the short pattern. Down on 1 and 2, Jake rolled a 2-pin on the right lane and then followed it up with a good shot on the left lane to catch himself a double. So him and Chris are 7-pin difference in that match. I know I got a little bit of bowling going on across the region today. I know that the Woolleyville Swiss has got its last regular season event going on. James and Lori have been running that for 11 plus years, and this is their last full field event there. So, you know, kudos to them for building something that's lasted a long time. I know they're transitioning it over. It should be in good hands. So good luck to the players bowling in that. I also know the Northwest Senior Tour, the young old guys are going to be competing up in Olympia today. And so good luck to all those participating up at that tournament as well. I know Sammy does a really good job running those tournaments. So I'll be looking at scores at that throughout the day as well. And Rosh and Tanner have a really rough start. 3 red circles and 6 frames isn't ideal. But he knows what it takes in this tournament. He did win this tournament a couple years back. So we anticipate Tanner getting on it and starting to throw some strikes here pretty soon. With minimum points today, and whoever wins, it's only 2,700 difference. So.
Oh yeah, I'm like at $4 grand ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Dash was the only one that had any legitimate chance of making the finals. Oh, let's take a look and see what we got going on. Our 1 and 2 match is getting pretty good down there. Both players are continuing their mastery, both patterns. Jake, 95 in the 5th with a triple up. Oh, it just leaves a brutal stone 9, where Chris had 68 in the 4th with a 4-bagger. So they were both on 240 pace until that brutal 9-pin for Jake. Jake's now on 2-teen pace. Chris has a chance to win that match and start opening up a little bit of a lead, albeit early, but it's always good to get the lead and try to run. Next door, Ian Willer's got 96 in the 5th, the spare in the 6th. Ryan's got 65 in the 5th, so it looks like Ian's going to win that match. Next door to that, we got Kian and Eric. Kian's got 106 in the 5th this game. And Eric's got 126 in the 6th, so super close game. Eric just left a 3-6-10, which is always a little bit of a challenging spare. BDA's gone 4-bagger spare strike against Gary Lennox, who's got 80 in the 4th with a double in the 5th and 6th. 30 for the win. Yeah, you can put 30 now. I mean, you got a max score 176. He's pacing one. Yeah, you do. Oh shit, I can't do math. Yeah, you got 2-0. Yeah, I'd put the 30 down now then. Alright, as these matches finish up, we'll be putting in scores in real time today. Be able to give you updates quickly and frequently. So, but again, thanks for spending some time with us today, watching our bowling. If you haven't already, if you could throw a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel. Again, our whole goal is to try to give better opportunities for the bowlers here in the Northwest, and YouTube's a good platform for us to be able to expand and do that. So if you haven't done that already, we would love if you could go, hit the like and hit the subscribe button. They're free. And yeah, it'd be awesome. We're looking down on lanes 1 and 2. Chris Olski got a strike in the 9th, and then went high in the 10th, left himself a 6-7. So if he gets one of those, he's going to shoot 214. And we have Jake with the possibility of 224 still. So match is coming down to Jake performing in the 10th, and Chris does shoot 214. That's off camera. And looking at this Tanner-Kyler match right here. Kyler goes through the face and leaves a split. Tanner in the 6th frame came up to me and said, 30 bonus spins for the win. And I was like, yeah. He goes, should I put those on my sheet right now? And he gets up and doubles. So Tanner's in tune with what's going on. And then Kyler missing here brings that match. Tanner actually takes a slight lead in that match if he gets count. And Kyler makes a great run at the spare, gets one of them, gives himself 131 in the 8th. Jake got the first hit in the 10th, throwing the second one, and he leaves a flat 10. So Jake with the spare is going to shoot 214 and tie that first match with Chris. So spare for the tie. Looking down on at some of the other matches, Gary Lennox now has a strike spare 4-bagger. Brian Eloise Anderson 4-bagger spare strike spare, so that match is super close and super tight. And Ryan steps up. He's got 85 in the 6th. Now a triple. So that puts him 19 pins behind Ian going into the 10th frame with a max score of 205. Ian working on 204 pace. So if Ryan doubles the 10th, he'll force Ian to double the 10th as well. Tanner stepping up on a double. Chance to open up a lead now against Kyler. And unbelievably bad break, leaving the 7-10 there. And Ryan goes high, leaves the 4-pin. So he gets spare strike, puts him at 184. Ian's already in the 2-0 pace, so Ian's going to win that match, get the 30 bonus pins over there on our first match on 3 and 4. Got Tanner shooting at the 7-10, getting one. Gives him 142 in the 9th. So he now falls 9 pins behind Kyler. But important for him to regroup here. If Tanner strikes out the 10th, he'll have 172, which would force Kyler to get the first hit in the 10th to win the match. And we got Brian DeLuisa Anderson on 9. Just left at 2-8 after he struck on the right lane. Ryan finishes with 182. So BDA is gone. 4-bagger, 8 spare strike, 8 spare strike, 8. So he's really not liking that left lane. And Tanner does not get the first hit in the 10th. So Kyler's going to pick up that 30 bonus pins. Looking down on 11 and 12, looks like Rich Corwin is just got the first strike in the 10th. He's got 244 max, so he's in the 230s right now. He's going to beat Grant Benton in the first match. And Rich is a player that with his experience, he's a player that I anticipate might make a little bit of a run today. He's a good match play player. He's going to keep it in play. Once he figures it out, he can put up some really big numbers. You know, PBA Regional Champion, PBA 50 Player of the Year. A lot of accolades, so I'm not going to expect him to make a pretty good run. Ian Willard shooting 201 with a strike. Gary up in the 9th frame, goes to the face, leaves a 2-7. So it puts him even in count. He gets a spare. That match will be dead even going into the 10th frame. Tanner finishes up with 162. You just want to regroup and get moving forward. Rich down there shoots 233 against Grant Benton for the win.
Go with the running total, or do you just want the
So I'd want like game, bonus, total, and then running total in this column. Ian finishes up with 197. Gary does make that spare down there, so Gary Lennox and Brian DeLuisa Anderson are going into the 10th frame deadlocked. Keenan Pryor shoots 206. Eric Jensen has 164 in the 8th, strike up in the 9th. So Eric Jensen will need the first strike in the 10th frame to win the bonus pins. And Kyler steps up, gets the first hit in the 10th. Looks like down on 11 and 12, Grant Benton bowled a good game. Well, Gary did not like that shot. First ball in the 10th, left himself a 6-pin. So Brian DeLuisa Anderson is going to have a chance to win that one in the 10th frame. Grant Benton finished up with 205. Eric, first ball in the 10th. Being the champion that he is, gets up and labels it. It's going to get himself 30 bonus pins for the win there. Kyler's going to shoot 180, but he is going to be able to sneak out the win there and get the 30 bonus pins. So that's going to be good momentum going forward for him. I was wrong on Grant Benton. He only shot 197 that game. So in our first round matches, only thing that's up for question right now is who's going to win the Gary Lennox, Brian DeLuisa Anderson match and get the 30 bonus pins. Gary's throwing his fill ball. Likes that one a little bit better and gets 8, so he's at 225. So the 225 for Gary means BDA is going to have to fill 18 pins in the 10th frame to win that match by 1 pin. Eric gets another strike in the 10th, getting to 220s. Another one to watch out for once he gets striking. He's won a good majority of the big tournaments this year. He won the Portland Masters. He won our OBA double points impossible event. He's one that's won a lot of big tournaments and whatnot. So he's got all of that skill, all of that ability. Got the family back behind him supporting today as BDA gets up in the 10th frame and gets the first strike in the 10th frame. So he's going to win that match against Gary Lennox. Just a matter if he's going to be in the 220s or 230s. And Eric finished up with 224, just waiting on BDA to finish this game. Brian washes out. I'm not going to call it a lock yet, but he had 208 in the 9th, and he needs 226, so he needs 2 of these to win. One's a tie. And we got Tanner already starting off his next match on line 3 and 4. And Brian shooting at the spare. He gets 3 of them to give him a score of 227. Takes a win against Gary Lennox. So let's take a look at what our standings look like after game 1 of match play. And let's bring these up for you real quick. So after one game of match play, we have our leader. Give me just a second. So we got our leader at 28.93. So plus 293, we have Jake Clemson. Plus 282, we have Chris Solsky. Plus 120, Ian Willard. Plus 94, Kyler Crevier in fourth. In fifth, Eric Jensen at plus 68, or plus 88. In sixth, Ryan Nicholas at plus 69. In seventh, BDA at plus 51. In eighth, Tanner Acosta plus 31. In ninth, Rich Corwin plus 22. 10th, Gary Lennox plus 16. 11th, Kean Pryor at even. And Grant Benton is in 12th at minus 22. And that's our updates after game one. And we'll introduce you to the matches going on this game, and then so game two on lanes 1 and 2, we got Ryan Nichols versus Kyler Crevier. 3 and 4 is Tanner Acosta versus Chris Tucholsky. 5 and 6, Rich Corwin versus Ian Willard. 7 and 8, BDA versus Grant Benton. 9 and 10, Jake Clemson, Eric Jensen. And 11 and 12, we have Gary Lennox versus Kean Pryor. I'll step away for a second. Be back in a couple minutes with some more updates. Thanks everybody for watching.
see where I pull you at, because I'm gonna know if I tell you anything.
You You bowl me what?
You can look on this pair because I pull you on a different pair.
Yeah, my first one. Yeah, the first one was a shock how much it didn't hurt compared to the other.
I'm sure bowlers are liking it because it's a perfect bowling team. Yeah. I used to be fatter. It used to be warmer when I was fatter. Yeah, let's take a look at some of our matches going on right now. 1 and 2, we have Ryan Nicholas versus Kyler Crevier. Ryan's got 58 in the third and just got a 4-bagger. Kyler started out 3-bagger, open double. Over on 3 and 4, we got Tanner Acosta versus Chris Tucholsky. Tanner's got 83 in the fifth with a double. Chris, 86 in the fourth, working on a double. Match here in front of us, Ian and Rich. Rich, 92 in the fifth with a double. Ian, 87 in the fourth, working on a double. So Ian, slight lead in that match. Let's see. Match over to our right on 7 and 8, we have Grant Benton versus Brian DeLuisa Anderson. Grant, 48 in the third with a double. BDA, 69 in the fourth. 9 and 10, Jake Clemson, 79 in the fourth, working on a double, just gets a 3-bagger, versus Eric Jensen with 116 in the fifth. And finally, our match over on lanes 11 and 12. Gary Lennox has 125 in the sixth, just left a 2-7, and Kean Pryor's got 87 in the fifth, and Gary missed a spare, so that match got close. Oh yeah, we got a donkey Swiss next Saturday. It's a handicap Swiss that they're complaining. We bowled a 4-person Swiss and averaged 240 each and barely won. Yeah, you guys averaged 250. Ryan averaged like damn near 240. I sucked at 230. Like, I sucked. Like, Ian, I'm not even kidding when I say I sucked at 230. Like, I was throwing backs 5 to shoot 230s. Yeah, I did that. We had a bet on who was going to be the first 9 dash. I ring a 10 first ball in the 10th, and I wasn't going to be more nervous in my life. Then Johnny gets up, leaves a 10. I'm like, okay, good, I'm safe. Hey, it's going to be you that goes 9 dash first. Just make sure I don't miss an 8. Well, somehow we'll need a lot of handicap then. This pattern, right? Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Ryan Nicholas down there liking lanes 1 and 2. 58 in the third with a 6-bagger. Yeah, he could.
How are ya?
You know, flip me off? Oh, and Ian making a little run this game. Ian in front of us, double, spare, 5-bagger going into the 10th frame. Possible 267 game. It's going to be really good for him, moving him up the standings quite a bit. take a look. Chris Tucholsky, 165 in the 7th. He's got about a 35 pin lead. 9th frame, strike. He's going to lock himself up a match there. Looking down at Jake Clemson, who's currently our leader. He just went 4-bagger open. He's got 195 in the 9th. Eric Jensen's got 245 max score. So that match has gotten tight. Take a look at everything's starting to finish up, so we'll try to give you those updates as they come in on each match. Just looking at like our top 5 in points for the year, it does look like Ryan Nichols is going to be player of our year. Johnny Leggett's going to be an all-star this year. Chris Tucholsky is going to be an all-star this year. Gary Lennox is going to bowl himself into being an all-star this year, and I believe Bill Machin may hold on to the final top 5 spot to earn the all-star award this year as well. We'll have points list updated shortly after this event. For those just joining, Ryan Nicholas has earned OBA Player of the Year for the 2024-2025 season. Kyler finishes up with a 193 game. In front of us here, Ian's finishing up with a really nice 243 game. Ryan Nichols gets the first hit in the 10th, so he's in the 250s with a chance to shoot 260. Bullshit, it was 1.5. And Chris makes a good shot in the 10th. Had a chance at 240. And leaves a fast 8, so with the spare, it's going to put Chris in the 230s. So still a really good game. Not going to lose any ground to Jake right now. Ryan gets a 7-count split in the 11th frame. It's going to put him 264 if he gets 2. Chris gets his spare for 233. He's going to win his match. Eric Jensen leaves a 9-pin first ball in the 10th. Makes a spare with a strike. You can put him at 224. And Jake Clemson has 225 max. And Ryan did get 254 that game. Sight Key and Pryor finished that game with 185 down on 11 and 12. Gary Lennox has 134. 154 in the 7th, so Gary just needs a mark. He's working on a strike. Mark to win the match, but Gary's looking for a double to get some extra pins, move himself up the leaderboard a little bit. Alright, over on 9 and 10, we have Eric Jensen stepping up. Be able to see the ball go down the lane on lane 9, and he gets 9, so he's going to shoot 223. So Jake Clemson with a double and 9 will win that match. Gary's up in the 10th frame, and don't even have to look at the results, just heard that monster strike. So Gary gets a strike, it's going to put him in the 2-0, he's going to win, get the 30 bonus pins. Jake Clemson up on lane 10, you can see that in the far right of our screen, just coming into the screen right now, needs a double to win the match. And he gets the first one. And Rich bowls another good game, shoots 219. Not going to win the bonus pins, but definitely not going to hurt him overall. Tanner making a ball change there on lane 4. Giving him 185, exploring, trying to look for ball reaction. Good decision at that point. Gary does double down in the 10th, so it's going to put him in the 2 teens. And then on our far right corner of our screen, we see Jake Clemson stepping up. 11th frame. Needs this striking 9 to win the match. Get the 30 bonus pins. And Jake comes a pinch high and stones a 9 pin. So he's going to lose out on the 30 bonus pins in that match to Eric Jensen. Gary finishing up with 214. Again, he's going to get the win over Kean Pryor. Jake finished up 215. He's going to lose to Eric Jensen's 223. And the only match still ongoing right now is Grant Benton versus Brian DeLuisa Anderson. Grant has 122 in the 7th, and he's throwing a 4-bagger, so he's in the 210s. BDA's got 168 in the 8th. Working on 2-0 pace, so BDA will need a double in the 10th to win that match and get the 30 bonus pins. Presuming Grant doesn't do anything silly here. And 6 will be enough to, well, 6 is not good, but puts him at 208, which now means Brian can go strike spare for a tie, double for a win. It's all about getting 7 or better for 30 bonus pins, or to force. Bonus pins are important today. The good thing about a small center is I can see all the scoreboards. So, all right, Brian coming to the screen on lane 8, needing at least a strike, getting 9. So the 6 count didn't hurt Grant any at that point. That's why he's in the Bill Miller Hall of Fame. And he's going to get the 30 bonus pins there. And BDA is going to go off to his next match, searching to find another win.
I can't find my charger. I had it yesterday. It's like a $50 charger too.
And Brian gets a spare, so alright, as soon as BDA throws the shot, we'll have our scores updated for the second game. We'll introduce our third game matches for you, and then I'll be back shortly with some more commentary and updates. So, Brian finishes off with 206 there. And let's take a look at what that does for our standings. Alright, let's take a look at our standings. Leader, Chris Tucholsky at plus 345. Second place, Jake Clemson, plus 308. Third place, Ian Willard, plus 193. Fourth place, Ryan Nicholas, plus 153. Fifth place, Eric Jensen, plus 141. Sixth place, Kyler Crevier, plus 87. In seventh place, Gary Lennox at plus 60. Eighth place, BD8, plus 57. Ninth place, plus 41, Rich Corwin. 10th place, Ty, Tanner Acosta, Grant Benton, both at plus 16. And in 12th place, currently at minus 15, we have Kean Pryor. And as our matches get started here in front of us for Game 3 of Match Play, let's take a look and see who we got going on. On lanes 1 and 2, we have Brian DeLuisa Anderson versus Ian Willard. 3 and 4, Jake Clemson versus Gary Lennox. 5 and 6, Grant Benton versus Ryan Nicholas. On 7 and 8, we got Kyler Crevier and Rich Corwin. 9 and 10, we have Chris Tucholsky and Kean Pryor. And down on 11 and 12, we have Tanner Acosta and Eric Jensen. Thank you guys all for spending time with us this morning, and we'll be back shortly with some more updates.
That was a big game last week. Was that?
back here at the bowling action. She changes to say game 3 now instead of game 1.
That is why I'm the Bill Miller Hall of Fame.
All right, taking a live look at some of our matches we got going on down here. We got Eric Jensen starting out with the 3-bagger, 4-bagger, shooting 220 versus Tanner in the 190 paces. On 9 and 10, we have Chris Tucholsky with 125 in the 6th versus Kean Pryor with 138 in the 6th. 7 and 8, we got Rich Corwin with 67 in the 4th with a double versus Kyler Crevier working on 114 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. So that match is pretty close. In front of us, 5 and 6, got Ryan Nicholas 109 in the 6th with a strike up versus Grant Benton 76 in the 6th with a double. So that match is close. Looking over at 3 and 4, we got Gary Lennox and Jake Clemson. Jake's got 125 in the 6th with a strike in the 7th. Left a 1-2 in the 8th, so he's going to have 145 in the 7th with a spare. Gary 157 in the 7th with a strike, so Gary's got a small lead there. And then on 1 and 2, we got Ian Willard with 94 in the 5th. BDA with 48 in the 3rd, working on a triple, so BDA has a slight lead there. And looking at scores starting out. First and second are 37 pins apart. Third's 152 back. Fourth is 192 back. And fifth is 204 back at first. But again, we still got 10 games of match play. Anything could happen. But Jake and Chris have had control of the patterns, both patterns, pretty much all weekend. So it's going to take a big run from somebody to get themselves back up there. You know, starting off, Ian Willard went 197 win, 243 wins. So that's a pretty good start to a run. Eric Jensen 224 win, 223 win, another good start to a run. And Eric shooting another 220 or higher game this game potentially. So, you know, don't rule out the Masters champ. And Gary not getting a good break. Getting it to the 1-2 and leaving a swisher 7. Could have fell, could have been a good shot for him there, but didn't work out. You see Grant Benton missed the head pin on lane 5 in front of us. Close match currently with Ryan Nicholas. We got BDA opening the 7th to be at 134 to bring that match back to even with Ian Willard down there. Ian strikes on lane 7. Pulls that match even. Chris down on lane 10, working on an open. Goes high, leaves a 6-10 again. Ryan with the chance to take a commanding lead in this match. Gets up in fast 8s, leaves a 6-10. And Gary throwing a powerful strike on lane 3. He's in the 2 teens. Strike here gets him in the 220s. Jake has a max score of 225. So Gary needs a strike in 9 to shut out Jake and win the 30 bonus points. The match is coming down to the 10th frame now. Chris Tucholsky's gonna left to 310. Spare and a strike's gonna put him in the 190s. He's not gonna win the bonus against Kean. Jake's an interested observer down there, looking at 3 and 4. Gary went. Looks like Gary went high in the 11th frame, leaving a 4-7-8. A spare puts him at 217, which should give Jake the opportunity to step up and double in the 10th and win the 30 bonus spins. And Gary does make the spare, puts him at 217. Down on 9 and 10. Chris Tucholsky misses a spare, puts him at 180 this game. So a little bit of a setback for Chris. Ryan strikes. Nicholas has a chance at 207. Grant Benton max score 204. So Ryan gets 8 on this ball. He'll secure the 30 bonus spins. Jake comes in up on lane 4 to the left side of our screen, needing a double to win 30 bonus spins. And he gets a 10 out on the first shot. We get Eric Jensen rolling a bucket for a double. Going to put him in the 230s this game. And Ryan shoots 206. Gets himself the 30 bonus spins. So we got Jake Clemson stepping up on the lane 4. Strike. Get 30 bonus pins. Looks like it's a little soft off his hand. Just going to end up shooting it 213. Not going to get the bonus pins, but is going to get 30 pins on Chris, as Chris only shot 180 there. Jake starting off super consistent today. 213, 214, 214, 215, 213. As Eric finishes with 234 and a win down on lanes 11 and 12. We got Kean Pryor's 207 in the 9th and a spare 227 max. He's going to get the win versus Chris Tucholsky. We see Rich Corwin making a very uncharacteristic mistake in the 10th frame, missing the 10 pin, shooting 173. It's going to give Kyler Crevier a chance to win that match. Kean finishes with 224. They're in front of us. Grant Benton, who was already out of the match, gets a spare. He's got 193 as a high, as a game. And Kyler steps up, gets 9 on the first ball. It's going to be enough to win the match. Grant finishes out with 193. Got Ian on 1 and 2, working on a 3-bagger going into the 10th. Looks like he might have 2-4-10 the first ball in the 10th. He did 2-4-10 the first ball in the 10th, so that might give BDA a chance to step up and get the win. Let's take a look at what that score looks like. If Ian gets 2 of them, it's going to put him at 199, which means Brian Eloise Anderson would need to double to win the 30 bonus spins. Looks like Tanner Acosta finished with 194 that game. And Ian went for the spare. It's going to put his count at 197. So yeah, Brian's still going to need a double in the 10th. Kyler finishes up with 189, so BDA can step up in the 10th and get a double and win the match and get the 30 bonus spins. And Brian makes a really good shot first ball in the 10th and rings a 10 pin, so he's going to lose that match to Ian Willard. So Ian had a chance to shoot 230, which would have been good for his run, but still picking up the 30 bonus pins. You know. Your score looks like it, 224.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if the pin fell before it's counted or what.
I saw 7. I wrote down 224.
Chris wrote it as 220.
Yeah, it only gave me 21 in that bonus. It didn't give me all of it back. Damn Oregon law. Yeah, I'm done playing. And BDA gets 7 in the field ball for 190 even. So we got our standings after 3 games of match play. Let's go ahead and bring those up. Take a look at them. And we have our leader, Chris Tucholsky, plus 325. 4 pins ahead of Jake Clemson at plus 321. Closing the gap a little bit further, we got Ian Willard only 105 pins back at 220. We have Eric Jensen only 120 back at 205, plus 205. Ryan Nicholas at plus 189 is only 136 pins back, so that lead's getting shortened up a little bit. In 6th place, we have Gary Lennox at plus 107. 7th place, Kyler Crevier at plus 106. 8th place, Brian DeLuise Anderson plus 47. 9th, Kean Pryor plus 39. 10th, Rich Corbin plus 14. 11th, Tanner Acosta plus 0 or plus 10. And Grant Benton is in 12th place currently at plus 9. And as we're waiting for the matches to start unfolding in front of us, let's take a look at the matchups that we have in game number 4. Pulling down on lanes 1 and 2, we have Eric Jensen versus Rich Corwin. On 3 and 4, we have Kyler Crevier versus Kean Pryor. On 5 and 6, we'll have Brian DeLuise Anderson versus Chris Tucholsky. Over on 7 and 8, we got the lefties, Gary Lennox versus Ryan Nicholas. 9 and 10, we have Grant Benton versus Tanner Acosta, and down on 11 and 12, we have Jake Clemson versus Ian Willard. So as the matches get started here, definitely want to say thank you for those that are tuning in and watching with us today. We certainly appreciate the support. Looking in on other things going on today, it looks like we got some scores from our Northwest Senior Tour event up in Olympia. Philip Gigstad's leading that with 268. Bob Harvey with 258. Johnny West 257. Lanny Thomason 255. Rick Torquia 248. Torchia. Jed Docker 247. They got 35 people up in Olympia right now bowling, so looks like if you're not bowling 230s up there right now, you're not holding pace. So good luck to those bowling. Hopefully you start striking a little bit more and go from there. Let's take a look and see if we got any updates from the Willieville Swiss. Looks like we do have updates. And not going to go over too much stuff, but it does look like Ron Henderson bowled 300 the first game. Matt Ramshaw with a 276. Or the high games. So I'll be back shortly with some more updates. Again, thanks for watching. Enjoy the bowling. Be back soon.
Shrek. You know what's funny? Film that people conceived or out of fucking diapers. 98.
score sheet, kind of like we do in regionals, like score.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why that should, if I had it, should be like game total,
Yeah.
full total.
I hate doing running totals.
I mean that's the pluses are fine. Like I'm getting them all every game too, so there's really no like I'm pulling off the score sheet, so I really honestly don't care what your guys' sheets look like at game 11, unless I miss a game or somehow purposely mistype a number. But most people look at the standings enough to tell me when I fuck up, so. Alrighty, taking a look at some of our matches. Jake Clemson's back on the striking train down on 11 and 12. He's got a 109 in the 5th with a 3-bagger going to the 8th frame. Commanding lead over Ian Willard down there. Rest of the matches are pretty close. So 190s to 190s on 1 and 2 with Eric and Rich. Kyler and Kean are a couple of 6 pins separated. Chris and Brian are only 3 pins different right now, with Chris deciding to go medieval on the 10 pin with that messenger. Ryan Nicholas has got double open spare, double 190 or 95 in the 5th with a double. Gary's struggling a little bit this game. He's got 92 in the 6th, so Ryan's got a commanding lead over there. And then we got Grant Benton with 133 in the 8th. And he's bowling Tanner, who's got 159 in the 7th, working on a spare. So it's a rundown of where the matches are at right now. Huh? It's a pretty loud sound for hitting the 2-pin though. I mean, the acoustics in this building sound pretty good sometimes. Hey, you gotta like when the YouTube feed suggests a live stream? When the YouTube feed or YouTube suggests your live feed? Watch the stream, damn it! Looks like we got Ian Willard finishing up down on lanes 11 and 12 with a possible 213. Not going to be enough to get the win, but still good momentum moving into the day. Up with 212. Jake's still got a max score of 259. Tanner finishes up with 227 on 9 and 10. He's going to get the win over Grant Benton, who has a max score of 183. Jake gets the first hit in the 10th. That puts him in the 240s. Next one will put him in the 250s. Chris matching. He's got 58 in the 3rd with a double. Ryan Nichols gets a 4-bagger over there against Gary Lyddix. Ryan's going to win that game and get the 30 bonus spins. It looks like Jake on the second ball in the 10th on lane 12. Believes at least a 9-pin. Could have been a 4-9. Yep, it was a 4-9, but he did get the first hit, so that's going to put him in the 240s. 247 with the spare, 246 if he gets 9. So a very timely game for Jake with 246 down there in the win, the 30 bonus pins. We got none of the players over on 7 and 8 liking the left lane at all. Gary went split, spare, split, spare, spare on that lane. Ryan went strike, split, strike, strike, split. Kristolski makes the 3-6. Ryan opens the 10th. That's going to put him at 210. Not ideal. He's still going to get the 30 bonus pins for winning the match, but definitely had a chance to get him some extra pins on the overall standings. Grant Benton finishing with 183 that game. Let's take a look at matches finishing up on 1 and 2. We have Rich Corwin, who had 152 in the 8th, spare in the 9th, 6 count first ball in the 10th, versus Eric Jensen, who's got 155 in the 8th. So it was a 3-pin match, and then Rich gets that 6 count. So it's going to give Eric a little bit of breathing room in the 10th to potentially get another 30 bonus pins. And Rich is shooting the spare, and he does make the spare, so he's got a max score of 188. So if he fills 7 or better, he would force Eric to mark in the 10th frame. And Brian recovers with a triple. On 3 and 4, Kean Pryor versus Kyler. Kean has a max score of 184. Kyler's going in a 191 pace right now. There's Corwin's fill ball. Leaves a 5 and the 7 and got the 10 out for 186. So he does force Eric to mark in the 10th frame to get the 30 bonus pins. Smash in front of us is coming down to an exciting conclusion as well. As Gary's finishing up his game on that pair, just wants to get off it. He gets 170. So Eric Jensen needs a mark to win the 30 bonus pins. In front of us, we have Kristolski, max score 246. BDA, max score 234. And Eric struck the first ball in the 10th. He's going to pick up the 30 bonus pins for the win there. So if Chris goes strike 9 spare, he'll shut Brian out. And he gets the first hit. And again, it's kind of tit for tat, right? He can shoot 246 and maintain same scores with Jake Clemson for the overall lead. So big hit there. 9 spare locks up the match, locks up the 30 bonus pins. 8 spare, we could have a tie. Anything less than 8, Brian would have a chance to step up in the 10th and win the match. And Eric Jensen down there finishing out on lane 2. Leaves a 4-pin, his second ball in the 10th, so he's going to shoot in the 190s. Again, it's going to be a win. See, Chris didn't like it until he liked it. 240 is going to be a winner. Ken Pryor finishes up with 172. Kyler we're just going to count there. It pretty much has that match already completed. Starting at the part of that day where people just want to start bowling. Tanner's already started bowling game 5. Kyler needs six pins to win the match, but really looking for a double to shoot 2-10 and get some momentum going his way. And he throws that one, it goes high through the face, 7 count. Still going to win the match, but if he gets 9, it's going to put him in the 179. So definitely seeing a trend in the 10th frame where bowlers are making shots that are not hitting the pocket, not leaving makeable spares, and leaving a lot of room. So as they're all trying to chase the leaders, those are critical shots. That could have made a 35 pin swing there. So he had a max score of 211. He shoots 179. So that's 32 pins that potentially could have been there. Still gets a bonus for the win, so that's going to help him out a little bit, but definitely would have liked to have a double there. BDA stepping up in the 10th frame. Gets the first hit in the 10th, has a chance to, can't speak, 234 if he gets a double. And Brian gets a second strike in the 10th. So it's going to put him in the 230s, even without the win. It's still a good game. Still going to make up ground on the field. And Brian finishes out with 232. That's going to complete our game 4 matches. Going to move into game 5, look at what those matchups are going to be, look at our standings after game 4 of today. So moving into game 5. And we have Chris Tucholsky with that 245 maintains a slim 3-pin lead over Jake Clemson. Chris at plus 400, Jake's at plus 397. Third place, we have Ian Willard at plus 232, 166 back. So the game for both of them widened their lead again. Eric Jensen plus 230 in 4th. Ryan Nichols plus 229 in 5th. Kyler Crevier plus 115 in 6th. BDA plus 79 in 7th. Gary Lennox plus 77 in 8th. Tanner Acosta plus 67 in 9th. Kean Pryor plus 11 in 10th. Rich Corwin even 11th. And at minus 8, we have Grant Benton. And let's get into our matches here in game number 5. On 1 and 2, we have Grant Benton versus Kean Pryor. We have on 3 and 4, we have BDA versus Eric Jensen. 5 and 6, we have Clemson versus Crevier. 7 and 8, we have Tanner Acosta versus Ian Willard. 9 and 10, we have Gary Lennox versus Rich Corwin. And 11 and 12, we have Chris Tucholsky versus Ryan Nicholas. Thank you all for spending time with us today. Appreciate those of you watching. I'll be back in a few minutes with some more updates.
86 is being tighter too.
And the other pair, so it's not the same.
I had to put my speed on 5 and I had to square up a little bit. My Howard is both different than every other pair.
That surprised me. Yeah.
Rolling flex, and that's gonna happen. Every fucking opponent I've had.
As we get midway through game 5 here, I want to thank everybody for spending some time watching us. Take a look at some of the interesting matches that are going on right now. Kean Pryor is up 80 on Grant Benton after 7 frames. Eric Jensen and BDA is kind of in the early part of their matches. Jake Clemson is got 69 in the 4th. He's slightly down a little bit to Kyler Crevier, who went open, 4-bagger open. Ian Willard over on 5 and 6, got 134 in the 6th. About a 40-pin lead currently over Sandra Acosta. Gary Lennox down on 9 and 10 is just not having a good run of this game. He's got 80. Him and Rich both have 85 in the 5th. Gary's working on a strike and just left a big 4. Down on the in pair, we got Chris and Ryan. And Chris just goes a little bit high, leaves a 4-9, trips both out for a triple. He's got 109 in the 5th with a triple. Ryan Nicholas got 128 in the 6th, working on a double. So got a 259, 248 possibility down there. And if you heard that, you heard Chris get a 4-bagger to give himself a possibility at 259. I think that was also a little bit of a shot across the bow over to Jake, who's struggling a little bit here in front of us on 5 and 6. Just to let him know that he's there, he's ahead. Jake misses a spare. It's going to give him 116 in the 7th frame. Kyler's going to be up 20, 30 pins. And Ryan leaves a 7 pin in the 10th, which is going to all but give Chris the 30 bonus pins. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, how's it 10 up? Everybody's hands are up. Hey, where's the 7? Oh boy. All right. Ryan Nicholas getting up in the 10th frame, chance to shoot 227. It would force Chris Tucholsky to mark in the 10th to win that game in the 30 bonus pins. And Ryan leaves a Swisher 7. So Chris can pick up the 30 bonus pins, and you know, as can happen when you have two people vying for the lead that are super close. Chris can strike out for 250 to win, and Jake currently is on 170 pace, so I mean, that could open up a 100-pin lead in a game just like that. We'll see what Jake does and recuperates here. He's still got a chance to win the match. 206 could still win this match. We'll see what happens there, but Kyler goes a little bit high, leaves a 4-pin. So Kyler's pacing 203 right now. Still has a chance at 223. Ryan Nicholas finished with 216 down there against Chris on 11 and 12. Chris up in the 10th, chance to shoot 259, first ball. Gets the first hit, puts him in the 240s. Other matches, the Gary Lennox versus Corwin match is pretty close. Gary's got 109 in the 7th versus 110 in the 7th. Gary went strike spare in the 9th. Chris second ball in the 10th. Another shot, another strike, 250. 259 max score for Chris. And Jake in front of us here went 610 in the 8th frame. And just not getting any breaks this game. Takes a 6 clean back off the 10. Gives him 125 in that 8th frame. He's going to want to do what he can to finish this game off and then just regroup. Not ideal, but we still have 7 games of bowling to go, and the lead won't be that big. And Chris commanding 259 down there. With another uncharacteristic miss on a single pin. Gives him 138 in the 9th. Gives Gary an 11-pin lead in that match. So Gary, even with all the struggles this game, has an opportunity to step up in the 10th frame and get the 30 bonus spins. Jake makes that spare in the 9th. And Kyler gets a strike, gives him, he's still pacing 200. He's going to get the win there. Ian Willard shoots 195. He's going to get the win against Tanner. Rich Corbin got the first strike in the 10th. Second one will force Gary to get good count. Grant Benton finishes with 123. Rich doesn't get the second hit in the 10th, so Gary's just going to need to step up, get a mark to get the 30 bonus, but a double 170 with the 30 would be positive movement forward. So let's see what goes on here. Eric Jensen misses a single pin as well. Rich finishes that game with 158. Gary going on a lane where he's gone open, spare, strike, strike. Needs a mark to get the 30 bonus pins. Tanner finished out with 175 with a loss to Rich's 195. Gary first ball in the 10th. And he does get the strike, so he's going to get the bonus there. Another strike here would be really good for him in terms of some positive bonus spins too, as Kyler finishes up with 203 and he's going to get the win over Jake Clemson. Get that 30 bonus pin, so important 10th frame for Jake here. He was only 3 pins behind Chris going into this this game. Chris is picking up 89 pins with the 30 bonus pins. So, and Jake steps up and gets an 8 count first ball in the 10th. He's going to have 163 as a max score while Gary doubles in the 10th. No, not optimal for him, but you know, it is going to gain ground on some of the field this game. So still got some good movement, some positives in this. And Jake does make the spare. Gary finishing out, kept it on the lane, wiggled a little bit. Looks like it might have gotten 7 or 8. 7 for 176 with a 30 bonus pins. It's going to be a 206 score. So again, a little bit of total pins positive there, which is good. A lot of low scores that game. A lot of low scores that game. Jakey finishing with a strike for 163. You know, I can't handle sudden loud noises like that, so you stop like startling me and making me. Yeah, we just have one match finishing up here in Game 5, and that's BDA versus Eric Jensen. The match really isn't in question. It's just a matter of who's going to get done quicker. Eric's got a max score of 162. Brian can open in the 10th for 200, so the 30 bonus pins is pretty much done. Eric testing out the ball on the fill ball. Looked decent. Half 10. Finishes with 161 this game. He's been making a pretty good run with games at 224, 223, 234, 195. So not ideal there for him, but still plenty of bowling to come up with. Still bowling for a lot of money in all our spots today. BDA chance to shoot 236. And he's not able to carry the bucket. Leaves the 8-pin. Gives him now a max score of 216. He's going to pick up the 30 bonus. And it looks like the dual patterns are starting to really play a challenge on a lot of the field here. Seeing a lot of people moving pairs and making shots and not getting results they were expecting to have happen, as Brian misses the 8-pin in the 10th frame. Gives him a total score of 204. Still going to get the win, but definitely not what we want to see there. With that, though, it brings us to the start of Game 6 today. And with that, we also have updates that we can provide after Game 5. So let's go ahead and pull those up. And in the lead, open up a big lead, 129 pins now. We have Chris Tucholsky at plus 489. Second place plus 360, we have Jake Clemson. Third place plus 257, Ian Willard. Fourth place plus 245, Ryan Nicholas. Fifth plus 191, Eric Jensen. Sixth place plus 148, Kyler Crevier. Seventh place plus 113, Brian DeLuise Anderson. Eighth place plus 83, Gary Lennox. Ninth, Kean Pryor plus 73. 10th, Tanner Acosta plus 42. 11th, Rich Corwin minus 42. And 12th, Grant Benton at minus 85. Let's take a look at our matchups. Starting Game 6. Over on 1 and 2, we have Gary Lennox versus Tanner Acosta. On 3 and 4, we have Grant Benton versus Jake Clemson. 5 and 6, we have Ian Willard versus Kean Pryor. 7 and 8, we have Rich Corwin versus Chris Tucholsky. 9 and 10 is Eric Jensen and Ryan Nicholas. And on 11 and 12, we have Brian DeLuise Anderson versus Kyler Crevier. So what else we got going out in the bowling world?
I'm surprised. You didn't put the final match around 5 and 6. That is? Oh, my bad. I was reading it wrong. That's my fault.
No, you're good. No worries. I'm like, I know I did that because I got 1 and 2, then I got 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 to kind of.
I was reading the
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Of course, I didn't look at the words on the left side.
I mean, words are hard to read. What song got going on? I mean, hell, if I got a... matchups, fucking bowl better and blame somebody else. Buy me some tacos. So she has scores up after 2? Oh, I gotta find this. Awesome. All right, back at you. Looking at some mid-game updates. Don't really have a lot of big scores going on. Best match right now looks like it's on 3 and 4, which is Grant Benton double, spare, triple, with against Jake going strike, spare, double, getting up in the 4th frame. Kind of like it, and leaving part of a bucket, so not exactly what he wanted to see there. See if I can take a look at some of the other bowling going around right now. See if there's any scoring updates from. Alright, so check it out. Northwest Senior Tour scores after game 3. Got Ricky Torchia leading at 751, shooting 300 game 3. That's cool. 35 bowlers. I'm assuming you probably take 10 of the finals, and you have to be averaging 231 plus to make that. So looks like scores are pretty high. We'll keep an eye on that. Always fun. Only other tournament I know going on in our area right now is the Willieville Swiss at Superplay. And they only have updates after game 1, so nothing new there. Alright, some of these matches are coming down to the 10th frame now. Let's take a look, see what's going on. Somehow it was filtered the most relevant. Stuck.
You have a pig? You legit have a fucking pig.
I legit have a pig farm.
Mine's not pink. Mine's silver.
Boy. Alright, let's take a look at what's going on around here. My replacement team at Willieville Swiss is in 21st right now. They need to get some points. Myself and the Machines want to bowl grand finals. So come on, guys. Although Dan looks like he shot 290, and Phil Nelson also shot a 300. So they've had 2 300s there today. So that's pretty cool. Looking at our tournament here, Chris Tucholsky finished up the game with 192. And Rich Corwin's going to be in the chance to shoot 250. Jake Clemson doesn't double the 10th, but he shoots 225. So just like that, Jake's going to shoot 220, get a win. And he's going to gain 60 of that back that he lost to Chris last game. So again, anything can happen in these formats, right? Good game, bad game, medium game, medium game. It's all good. So Jake finishing with 224. It's going to get the 30 pin bonus. He's going to pick up 54. He's going to pick up 62 on Chris Dolsky that game. Rich Corwin does not get the first hit in the 10th. Still going to be in the 230s, so it's going to help him move up a little bit in the standings. Looks like BDA's got strike, spare, I don't know, 3 spares and 4 strikes, so it's in the 220s again. And Kyler's got 131 in the 8th, so he's gonna get the win over Kyler there. Got Eric Jensen with 179 in the 8th. Max score 239. Ryan's struggling at the 180 pace this game. BDA got second in the 10th, so he puts him in the 230s now. Strikes for 236. Picking up 66 pins that game with the bonus. Tanner struggles continue, finishes with 155, so Gary's going to get the win there. Gary's got a chance to shoot 222 in the 10th. BDA goes high in the 9th frame, leaving the 6, 9, 10. Mick will spare. He's going to be in the 230s with a chance to shoot 240 in the 10th frame. Grant Benton gets 222. Finishes with 167 that game. Kean Pryor with 166. They're both going to lose their matches this game. Lose the 30 bonus pins. Eric Jensen with a chance in the 10th to shoot 239. Goes high with the first ball in the 10th. Leaves a 3-6-10. Max score 219. Gary Lennox missed a spare in the 10th. Shoots 190. Still gets a win, but again, looking to do a little bit more than that. We got Ian Willard getting the first hit in the 10th. And Ian misses a spare in the 10th to give him 207. Still gets a win. I'm sorry, Eric, 207. Still gets a win, but again, we're seeing a lot of those shots that just aren't breaking things down and missed spares in the 10th, which is causing potential loss in pins, which each spot is a big jump in money for the spots. So 10 here, 10 there, 10 there over the course of 12 games could be expensive differences for people. So I got a couple matches finishing up. Ian Willard, chance to strike in the 10th or 11th, 12th for 191. So already got the bonus pins. Looks like he might be making a change, taking a look at a different ball here in the right lane. And then we had the Kyler Covier BDA match coming to an end down there as well. Ian shooting 191. We got Kyler in the 170s.
International Day Bowling Alliance. Me and Laura went down to Vegas with them. They're a great time. It was nice to get so many free drinks, but it was also nice to keep Laura right on my shoulder. There's some aggressive guys in that community.
Yeah.
And they're so open to sharing. We had one guy talking about how he met the love of his life in a sex swing. It's like, wow. Yeah, you heard me right. I don't have to say it again. That's where he met the love of his life.
You're going to a swing?
It's like a.
I know there's clubs, but I don't know where they are.
Why not? And I'm like, oh my god, that's so. I'm like,
For me, it'd be like when you get bored of like watching people at Walmart, you're like, I need to level up.
Yeah.
Where's the next place?
That's a big level up from Walmart,
I'm
though.
sure there's another spot above Walmart.
Yeah, I think you don't just go straight from Walmart.
I just don't know what the steps are there.
There's got to be an in-between between swings to Walmart.
Depends on the time. Like 1 a.m. That's different than 4 p.m. Walmart.
True. 4 p.m. Walmart might have some normalcy to it. Slight. BDA got an 8 count first ball in the 10th. He spares in the 230s, Mississippi's in the 220s. Makes a spare. Strike, I give him 234. And we got Rich Corbin over there. They're already starting that match. Everybody else is kind of waiting for BDA to finish up. And Brian finishes up with 234 and a win. So after game 6, we do have some standings. We can go through those in a second. Let's go ahead. Moving into game 7, and let's do update scores after game 6. We have Krista Holsky leading at plus 481. Jake Clemson in second at plus 414. Ian Willard in third at plus 278. Eric Jensen in fourth at plus 228. Ryan Nicholas in 5th, plus 212. BDA in 6th, plus 177. Tyler Crevier in 7th, plus 117. Gary Lennox in 8th, plus 103. Kean Pryor 9th, plus 39. Rich Corwin in 10th at plus 24. Tanner Acosta minus 3 in 11th. And rounding out 12th at minus 63, we have Grant Benton. Let's go ahead and take a look at our matches for Game 7. Down on 1 and 2, we have Kyler Crevier versus Eric Jensen. On 3 and 4, we have Ryan Nicholas versus Rich Corwin. On 5 and 6, we have Chris Tuholsky versus Gary Lennox. 7 and 8, Jake Clemson, Brian DeLuisa Anderson. 9 and 10, Tanner Acosta, Kean Pryor. And on 11 and 12, we have Ian Willard versus Grant Benton. We go ahead and let you guys watch some of the bowling for a little bit. Be back shortly with some more updates. Thanks.
start moving in.
Not that I want to.
Right with me, and we're starting to
Really had that.
then I go
Can't, like, I
from
don't
there.
know. How does it exist? We can't. We can't. It's not a. It's like a question of the center.
Probably should run to the car and get that. I thought with less people and a couple lefties, I'd be able to stand in all.
Because you don't get that head when you kick out the seat. Once you break
I was looking at 140.
that's the way
Huge
we're
save.
going. 10 years, that's all you see. I go like I do. But I'm playing a 10.
Economics is cheaper.
They don't break down. Occasionally you're gonna but that's it. That's the beauty of it.
Doesn't, what's his name have that one? They're fun. Better than free fall. I'm fine for them for open play. Fine for them for open play. That's fun. Dude, they look fucking. They look not on the sanction. They look fucking miserable on the TV show.
See that strike? When you saw that one. Oh, that was the old one of these.
Then I finally got the 7. I finally rolled a 3-pin and got the 7 out, and then the 9 just stood there. I'm like,
You're good to start in the fresh, and the last 3 were not very good.
just the fucking. It's just. Hey. He's so good at it.
I know. Like, he literally, they, 9 we started on, but they were just they were just chewed up. And the first thing I bowled you, I was like, you started here. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Top one senior tour?
How's the run?
You got home? You got home? we're still in the lane now. I can't even say that. I honestly don't know, but if I could go to 3 and 4 next, and where he's at, that ball might get 6. So.
Yeah, they don't look fun pair to pair right now.
They're not.
It's almost like you have to absolutely crowbar the shit out of the best pair and then try to grind 190 and win on a good,
Yeah.
And then those two had such a good start.
It is what it is. It's been a good look, though.
Alright, looking here on game 7, we got one match getting close to the finish. It's over on lanes 3 and 4. It's Rich Corwin versus whoever. Brian DeLuise Anderson. They're in the 8th frame. Rich got, or 9th frame now. Rich 146 in the 7th. He's going to have 164. So he's going to have 160. Well, let's see what he does. He could have 166 in the 8th with the spare. BDA's got 164 in the 8th. So this could come down to the 10th frame. Spare super critical for Rich here. Shooting the bucket. And great spare by Rich. He's got a two pin lead going into the 10th frame. There we get Gary Lennox and Chris Tucholsky, both with 4-baggers now. 2-pin difference in this match. Gary with the 5-bagger. Oh, and it doesn't make a lot of sense on your side. It's not like they got broke down so significantly different. Oh, 100%. And it's been shiny stuff almost all day. Yeah. Rich Corwin gets that first hit in the 10th. If he goes strike 9 here, he's going to go ahead and take the win. I think they use the same. No, but the family owns it, so I'm pretty sure that it's the same pizza. I'm pretty sure. Like, actually, that's looking pretty good. I saw one with pineapple. It's not good?
It's so good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna run get street tacos, but I might have to get a street pizza. Oh. Okay, so you're done with 9 and 10 unless you are in 7th and 8th position in game 12. So just yeah. You're under today? Oh yeah. Yeah, because you had the back-to-back 170s. All right, Chris Tucholsky back from ordering his pizza. Gets a strike. Rich Corwin over there finishes with 206. Ryan Nichols has a chance to get up and double the 10th frame and win the 30 bonus points. And then over on 7 and 8, Jake Clemson just missed a 9-pin to get 165 in the 8th frame. Still got a commanding lead over BDA, but you know, this juncture, kind of hard to throw away those pins when battling for the lead, especially with Chris having a 5-bagger here, trying to look to extend his lead even further. And Chris gets up and stones a 9-pin. And so Ryan Nichols up on lane 4. A strike and count to win. And he labels it. So he's going to double the 10th and take the 30 bonus points. Let's looking at some of our other matches. Looks like we got Grant Benton with 48 in the 3rd on a big string, looking to shoot 250 down there against Ian Willard. Goes to the facey face and doesn't strike, so not going to shoot 250-50, but looks like maybe 230 down there. Yeah, he's got a max score of 237. Ryan Nichols finishes out that match at 214. We got Kean Pryor with 203. That's going to be enough to take the win over Tanner Acosta. Down on 1 and 2. We got Eric Jensen 3-6-10 in the 9th frame, gives him 183 in the 8th. Kyler Covey's got 176 in the 8th, and Gary steps up. And for the Jake Clemson fans out there, we're Gary Lennox fans right now. Gary, chance to get this first hit in the 10th, get in the 250s, and steal the 30 bonus points from Chris. So if you're on the Jake side, you're liking that because Jake's got a max score of 215. Chris got a max score of 249. But if Jake wins and Chris doesn't, there's not a lot of difference that happens in that match in terms of overall. And Gary gets up and gets the first hit in the 10th. Puts him in the 250s right now. Another hit will put him in the 260s. Kean Pryor finishes with 201. Again, going to get the win over Tanner down there on 9 and 10. BDA in the 10th frame gets the first hit. It puts him in the 170s. Second hit will get him in the 180s. And Gary gets the second hit in the 10th to put him in the 260s. Think he may be plus for the day now. Let's see what's going on. Eric gets 9 count first ball in the 10th. The Sparrow put him at 222, which should give Kyler a chance to double the 10th to win that match. Tanner finishing up. Spare can shoot 172. He's already lost a match of the game. Ian Willard's finishing down there on 11 and 12. Ian finishes at 159. Not ideal.
First one was pretty good.
And Gary shoots 264. BDA finishes with 177. So not going to get the bonus there. Jake's going to get that bonus. Tanner's finishing down there. Looks like 170 for Tanner against Kean, not getting the bonus. His day's continuing kind of in the blender right now. Eric Jensen lane 1, 10th frame. So has to shoot 222. So EJ 4-pin shoots 221. Kyler Crevier can get up and double in the 10th and win the 30 bonus pins. Chris Olsky gets the first strike in the 10th, puts him in the high 230s. The shot will get him in the 240s. Jake just 4 pins, so Jake's max score is 204. So even with Jake winning, Chris is still going to widen his lead a little bit. It's up about 90 now. And Kyler gets the first strike in the 10th. Kyler can get up, get second hit, and 5, 6, and he's going to win. And Jake strikes on his fill ball for 204. Chris strikes on his fill ball for 249. And last match of this round is Kyler up in the 10th frame. Strike to Kim. Strike to win it. Oh, misses wide, leaves a rail. So Eric Jensen's going to get the 30 bonus there. Kyler's going to shoot in the 2 teens. It's going to move us on to game 8. Kyler finishes the game with 215. It's a good game, just not enough to win the bonus. And let's go ahead and take a look at everything as we move into our 8th game of the day. Game 8. Moving into game 8, leader is still Chris Tucholsky at plus 530, 82 pins ahead of second place Jake Clemson at plus 448. Third place plus 279, we have Eric Jensen. Fourth place plus 256, Ryan Nicholas. In sixth place at plus 237, we have fifth place Ian Willard plus 237. Sixth place Gary Lennox plus 197. 7th BDA plus 154, 8th Kyler Crevier plus 132, 9th place Kean Pryor plus 70, 10th Rich Corwin plus 30, 11th Grant Benton at plus 1, and finishing out we have Tanner Acosta at minus 33. That's our standings after 7 games today. We'll go ahead and take a look at what we have for matchups in Game 8. Game 8 matchups on 1 and 2. We have Rich Corwin versus BDA. 3 and 4, Gary Lennox versus Kyler Crevier. 5 and 6, Eric Jensen versus Grant Benton. 7 and 8, Ryan Nicholas, Tanner Acosta. 9 and 10, Chris Tucholsky, Ian Willard. 11 and 12, Kean Pryor, Jake Clemson. Those are our matchups for Game 8. We'll go ahead and step aside for a bit and be back shortly with some additional updates.
Should rename that ball Boomerang. No way it should have came back. Yes, it is a good thing. Good ball. Good guess. Karma came back pretty quick on that one. Yeah. I sat there and contemplated should I throw my strike ball and really get it lined up versus throwing line.
Tanner comes over after you roll that and then you're like, that's tough to stuff the ball like that and move a solid 8.
We had a mechanic in Ben. He passed away, unfortunately. He literally believed like that right there, leaving an 8-pin. He would turn around like, that's the only true tackle bowling right there. That's the only one. You know, it doesn't matter how. It was just an 8-pin. I mean, he believed it in his heart. Great guy. Great guy.
One bagger, Ryan. Watch out.
Sorry. Huh? Well, the window's open.
Hey everybody, welcome back to me and talking to you. No, in all reality, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys that are guys and gals that are out there watching with us today. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Our matches are about halfway through. Just thought I'd come in and give a little bit of updates, check out what's going on, and yeah, all that fun stuff. Looks like we do have the Jake Clemson match down there on 11 and 12. That one's getting ready to get finished. Jake just doubled in the 10th for 230s. He's going to win the 30 bonus points. And right next to him we have Chris Tucholsky, who just doubled. He's got a max score of 224 with a couple opens this game. It's good to see some good, healthy back and forth competition there. Just looking all around, the difference a pair can make, right? Gary Lennox just in front of us last game, 264. Looking now this game, 114 in the sixth with 224 max. So, you know, Jake finishes up with 236. But listening to the players, they've been talking about pair-to-pair all day and how different the pair-to-pair has been. And you can see it. Like, you know, the one that seems like he's had a pretty good grasp of pair-to-pair for the most part all day has been Chris Tucholsky. Jake's been doing really well with that too. Jake did have a little game of 163 in game 5. And just, you know, stuff happens. Looking around, BDA is down on 1 and 2. BDA got a strike spare 6-bagger. Rich Core with 94 in the 5th with a double, so commanding lead down there for BDA. Next door to us on 3 and 4, we got Kyler Crevier and Gary Lennox. Kyler's got 96 in the 6th. He just struck in the 7th. Gary's got a 18-pin lead there. Kean Pryor looks like he's going to finish down there in the 2 teens. With the loss to Jake. We got Tanner Acosta to our right. Tanner just shot himself another 200 game. He's 1 and 6 in match play. Hey, you might want to bowl the 10th frame though. Alright, so we got Ian Willard. 176 in the 9th, chance to shoot 206. Kean Pryor finishes down there with 211. Tanner, second ball in the 10th. Not ideal. Leaves the 128. Ian gets a 5 count in the 11th frame. If he would have struck there, he could have forced Chris to double the 10th or get the first strike in the 10th to win the 30 bonus pins. Now Chris will just need a mark and good count. Tanner's going to shoot 198. Tanner's bowling Ryan Nicholas, so Ryan will just need mark with good count in the 10th to win the 30 bonus pins. Ian finishes up 5-5 in the 10th for 196. Good shot here for Chris. Jake shot 234. If he can double, he mitigates the pin loss to just a handful of pins in the 10-ish or so. If he opens here, he could lose the match and have that gap widen. And he goes in light, leaves the 2-8. So he's going to need to make the spare and get count to win the bonus pins, but he is going to lose some ground to Jake this match. Ryan Nicholas, lane 8, working on the double. Needs a spare to win the bonus pins. And that ball chained up early on him, left at 247. It's going to put him at 164 in the 8th. Max score 204. Is going to need it to win. They need a spare to win. Let's see what else is going on. Chris Tucholsky's going to be shooting his 2-8 on lane 10. BDA working on a 6-bagger on lane 2. Try to give you both those as they happen. And Chris misses a spare. That's huge. Chris goes from potentially winning the match to losing the match to losing 76 pins of his lead to Jake in just that one frame or one shot right there. It's tough. Hate to see it. And Ryan made his spare, so Ryan needs a 5 count or better to win the match against Tanner. Let's see. Grant Mitten doubles the 10th for 210. Eric Jensen still 230 pace with possible 240. Gary doubles the 10th, boots him back on 200 pace. And Ryan strikes out for 204. He's going to defeat Tanner Acosta's 198. BDA in the 9th frame got a 7 count, left the 128, which he made. Got Grant Benton finishing off his game with the Stone 9 for 218. He's kind of been in that bowled really well the last 3 games, or 3 games, just isn't winning his matches. It's crazy sometimes. Those scores would win a majority of the matches all around him, just not his. You're welcome. We think you're doing wonderful. You're just getting no wins.
No, I am not doing wonderful because I can't make a single pin spare.
Okay, well, spares.
You can't do that and beat these guys. It's impossible. You gotta make spares.
Gotta make your spares out there. And Eric gets first hit in the 10. This puts him in the 230s. Next one will put him in the 240s. BDA up first ball in the 10th. Looks like he struck down there. He's in the 240s. Chance to get to 257. Kyler struggling a little bit. Max score 172. Not going to get the bonus. So as we close out game 8 here, getting ready to go into game 9, we do have a little few things shaking up, right? The lead's going to get tight again, which is nice. It's nice to have, you know, a couple people close, make the last games, you know, somewhat fun, somewhat exciting for those watching. Maybe not those bowling, but for those watching, definitely. So we like to see it. Love to see one event sometime, one of these where everybody's super close going into the last couple of games. There's like 4 or 5 people that could win. That would be really exciting. And Eric finishes up with 236. He's going to get his 30 bonus pins. BDA buckets in the 10th after the strike, so he's going to be in the 240s.
I'll let you do your math. Till next time.
Kyler finishes up with 160 on 3 and 4. Rich Carden has a chance to double in the 10th frame for 223. And he gets the first hit. Gary's got a chance to strike out on lane 4 for 224. What's going on? Oh, thank you. I like it. It's
You can actually write on it. I need to rewrite it.
Rich Carr, when he gets the second hit in the 10th, it's going to put him in the 220s. Again, not enough to win the match, but our spots are good. Each spot increases with some money, and then Gary gets up and 6 count splits, first ball in the 10th. Still going to be enough for the win, but not what he wanted to see. Gets 2 of them. It's going to put him at 186. So again, another one of those huge max penalty shots, right? He could have struck out for 224. And now with the count, it's going to put him at 186. He goes for the 2 on the right. Puts him at 186. So 38 pin swing there just in that one shot. Does still pick up the 30 bonus pins. We do have our standings. We can be able to go over here after. Let's go ahead and run through our scores real quick. after that game, after that 10th frame, we still have Chris leading at plus, Chris Hilskip plus 520. In second place, only 6 pins behind at plus 514, we have Jake Clemson. In third place, 175 back at plus 345 is Eric Jensen. Fourth place at plus 290 is Ryan Nicholas. Fifth place, plus 263, we have Ian Willard. Sixth place, plus 231, we have Brian Eloise Anderson. Seventh place at plus 213, Gary Lennox. Eighth place, plus 92, we have Kyler Crevier. Ninth place, plus 81, Kean Pryor. 10th place, plus 53, Rich Corwin. 11th place, plus 19, Grant Benton. And at minus 35, 12th place, we have Tanner Acosta.
Not in the sun.
No? And as we transition here into Game 9, looks like the bowlers are already starting to get underway. Let's go ahead and take a look at who we have for matchups here in Game 9. Oh, on 1 and 2 we have Tanner Costa versus Jake Clemson. Chris Tuholsky versus Grant Benton on 3 and 4. 5 and 6 we have Kean Pryor and Rich Corwin. 7 and 8 Ian Willard, Kyler Crevier. 9 and 10 we have Ryan Nicholas and Brian Eloise Anderson. And down on 11 and 12 we have Eric Jensen versus Gary Lennox. And we'll go ahead and step aside for a minute and come back shortly with some more tidbits and updates.
6, and then I end on 4, and I end on 2. Which was the short pattern, so I'm hoping catch a 4 dagger, so I don't have to like pray and hope that I go Brooklyn or throw a good one. Sanction. That was really good. Laced the beat. Absolutely missed.
Like, this thing isn't working. Like, it's like awful. Just can't. It goes double bagger.
Double bagger.
That's right,
A double. I'm hoping for like a.
You're gonna get and you're gonna get plus 9. Actually, you're gonna get plus 130. And you're gonna be. That's gonna be plus like 210 or something. 211.
everybody out there watching. Made part of Game 9. Take a look around us, see what's going on. We got our leader, Chris Tucholsky's over on lanes 3 and 4. He's currently in a little dogfight with Grant Benton. Grant's got 179 in the 7th, spare up in the 8th. Chris got 68 in the 4th. Three-bagger up, max score 248. Grant's got max score 259. Looking in at our second place, which is Jake Clemson, who's just a 6 pins behind. Jake just missed a spare in the 7th frame, putting him at 137. He's in a good spot this game, though, as his opponent Tanner's only got 104 in the 7th. So Jake's got a 37-pin lead, and Cave's a big, not a big 4, but Cave's a 4-9. So. Hey, I saw that. I saw that. Jake. I mean, I thought you never got burned. All right, so giving him a little bit of business. But Jake did strike in the 8th frame, triple 4-9. Tanner loses a 10-pin. So again, Jake's got 30-pin lead going into the 9th and 10th frames. Chris Tucholsky got 9 spare in the 8th frame. So, I mean, it's a game within the game. Chris is down 32 in this match. Probably not likely he's going to win it, but he did scout out to 10 there. He's still got a max score of 227. But he's also playing a little bit of defense against Jake right now, too, right? Jake can shoot 227 as well. Jake is going to get the 30 bonus pins. Barring any major hiccups from Grant, it may be a little bit tougher for Chris to get the bonus pins, as if Grant marks out, he's in the 230s. Grant going up in the 9th frame. And he leaves a Swisher 7, doesn't fall down. So I still spare, puts him in the 230s. It's a big hit for Jake here on the right lane in the 9th frame. He's got 227 as a max score. 6 pins out of the lead. And he trips a 4 for a double. So it goes trip 4-9, trip 4 pin for the double. So I could have a lead change here. Grant Benton, 198 in the 8th, spare up in the 9th. He's 228 to beat Chris. So any mark will secure the win and take the 30 bonus spins away from Chris Tucholsky. Meanwhile, and ouch. Oh, and he got a huge break. Jake missed right on the long pattern and had a 2-4-10 up, and the 10 fell late. So Jake's going to shoot in the 200s, potentially. Oh, and Grant missed the headpin left, leaves a 1-2-4. Not always easy to spare on the longer pattern. Let's see what happens here. So kind of talking about these two matches a little bit because there are implications for first and second. Jake's getting up in the 10th, shooting at the 1-2 or 2-4. Makes a spare. So he's going to be in the 200s. He's going to get the 30-pin bonus. He's going to effectively be in the 230s. It's a huge spare for Grant Benton. If you're in the Jake club, you want to see it. So Grant gets a spare. He needs 3 pins to win. And then Jake makes a really good shot in the fill ball. And the fill ball does what the fill ball always does. Fill ball strikes. So Jake 205 with the 30 is going to put him at 235. Regardless of what happens with Chris, Jake is going to take over the lead after game 9. Chris got a max score of 227. That would be 8 pins behind what Jake scores with the bonus. Jake was only 6 pins behind going into this match, so Jake Clemson will be your new leader going into game 10. See what other matches are finishing up here really quick. We got Kyler Crevier on lane 7. You saw him just pick up the 245. He's potential score of 193. Ian Willard 62 in the 5th with a 4-bagger, so that match is super close. Ian will need the first hit in the 10th to win the bonus points there. Chris steps up calmly, makes a great shot, first ball in the 10th to get the strike. At this point, he's just trying to get as many pins as he can. He bowled a good game. Kyler finishing up on lane 7 with the strike for 193. So scenario over there is Ian Willard will make the first strike in the 10th to win the bonus pins. Chris Tucholsky doubles in the 10th for 227. So just gonna have the lead flip-flop by just a couple pins. I think it might be like 2 or 3 pins that Jake's gonna have a lead by going into game 10. So we'll have game 10 and 11 still round robin match play, and game 12 will be a position round match play with the leaders here on 1 and 2, or on first and second will be bowling on 5 and 6. So we'll have that finish. Hopefully it's a super close, exciting finish as Rich Corbin gets up and gets the first hit in the 10th. He can get the second hit in the 10th and secure his bonus. Ian on lane 8. Ian trips a 4. That puts him in the 200s. That's going to give Ian the bonus pins there. Chris Tucholsky finishes with 227. Other matches, right in front of us, we have Rich Corbin with the max score 204. Strike and 8 will win this match in the 30 bonus pins. Ian just got the first hit in the 10th to put him in the 2-0s, high 190s. It's going to win the bonus pins. He can get the strike to get to 210. Be a really good finish for going strike 7-2, 8 spare, 6-3, 7-2, and then finishing it off for 200, 210. That's a very professional finish. Rich didn't like that one, missed a little bit left, and leaves the 310. Count really not affected his strike, so he can miss both of these and be at 192. Still going to force Kian to double to get the bonus points, and Ian steps up and gets the second hit in the 10th. So, you know, kind of pulled one of those Jason Hollingsworth games, right, with 60 in the 5th and still find a way to shoot 210. Rich 193. It's going to make Kian double. Kian can double in the 10th to take the bonus pins away as Ian's finishing out with the back 7 for 212. So a great finish by Ian. That game. Not only shoot over 200, but get the 30 bonus pins. And Kian gets the first hit in the 10th. Needs a second one for the win and the 30 bonus pins. It's on.
Hi guys.
Why
Great time.
don't you tell people how much fun you're having today, Tanner?
Jesus, you don't want that.
No, why don't you tell people how much fun you're having?
No. Absolutely
So
not.
we're here with Tanner Acosta, who is, let's say he's not winning very many matches today. Tanner, are you having fun?
No, I'm not, Sean. This is a brutal day for the old TA. I am 1 and 8. And my high game was 227, and that was my only win. Yeah, we're having a great time. Having a great time. But guys on top are really bowling good. They're definitely earning their spots for sure. In the words of KDO, absolutely have to be better.
Okay, so what can I expect from you the last 3 games?
You can expect me to average a good old 187.
I mean, that's better than you're doing right now. So
That is a fact. That is a fact. Anyway, keep watching, you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching.
That's perfect. All right, that was our quick in-game interview with the legend Tanner Acosta, the son of the goat Mao. He's having a rough go at it today, but he's keeping a good attitude. If you heard it correctly, he said he's going to average 187 the next 3 games. I'm going to take the under, but hopefully he proves me wrong. I take the under because they're pretty tough, though, not because he can't do it. And let's look over. Got a couple matches that are rounding to the finish line. Let us take a look-see and see. We have. We have a lane breakdown. That's not good. Oh, we have Deadwood. Oh, sorry, because that curtain on. Have you seen that curtain on 11? That's terrible. Like it's like old Milwaukee Bowl days. Yeah, the problem is they're all bouncing like they're bouncing straight. They're just bouncing like waiting for one to kind of do some helicopter.
6-10 rail, miss right and hit just the 10 out. You got a good shot at picking that spare still.
I mean, 2-8-10's makeable too. If you throw it hard at the left side,
Hard at the 10 pin.
or hard at the left side of the 2 pin and catch the 8 with the ball. All right, so looking down on this match we have going on right now on 9 and 10, we have Brian Louis Anderson, BDA. He's got a max score of 197. He's doubled the first 2 in the 10th. He is bowling Ryan Nicholas, who's got 137 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th, who also has a 197 maximum score. We do have the potential of a tie. And down on 11 and 12, we have Gary Lennox versus Eric Jensen. Eric's got 162 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. Looks like Gary's got 130 in the 8th. 134 in the 8th, maybe? With the 8 count in the 9th. Oh, BDA with the stone 9 pin in the fill ball to shoot 196. That gives Ryan Nicholas, this year's OBA Player of the Year, a chance to double in the triple in the 10th and get the 30 bonus pins by 1 pin. Let's see if we can get our camera a little bit more over that way for this finish here. You see Ryan being able to come into our screen here on the far right side. Needing triple to win by 1. Gets the first one. Since it's the only match going on right now, we'll try to get you Ryan, the second ball in the 10th. Needs all 3 to win by 1. Didn't like it. Went to the face. 2-4. Game over. Alright, so as we transition back into where we're at, we had BDA with 196. Ryan's going to finish the game at 185 if he makes a spare. 184 if he doesn't make the spare. So Ryan finishes at 184 that game. And then we have one more match down at the end. We have Gary Lennox finishing with 171 that game. And Eric Jensen has a chance to strike out for 212. Looks like he got the first hit in the 10th. And Eric gets a second strike in the 10th, so it's going to put him in the low 210s.
It's a sweet ball on dirt. On absolute dirt. The thing is, the ball can only do one thing. It does move.
Yeah, while we're waiting for this game to finish up, looking at scores from Olympia at our Northwest Senior Tour event. Top 10 looks like after 5 games is 133 over, with Cale Brown continuing his magical season, leading right now at plus 214. Shout out to Mike Kennedy coming back off knee replacement surgery in bowling, being at plus 163 in 5th place. Guy can bowl on a right leg, can bowl on a left leg, and can bowl on all the legs and still strike. Looks like EJ finished with, is that, Johnny, is that 208 for Eric? Okay. Looks like EJ finished at 208 for the win. So we have that done. We have our standings updated. Let's go ahead and get into here, moving into game 10. And after game 10, let's go ahead and take a look at our scores. Bring those over before the matches start. We have Jake Clemson, new leader, at plus 549 by 2 pins over Chris Tucholsky, plus 547. 3rd place, Eric Jensen, plus 383. 4th, Ian Willard at plus 305. 5th, we have Ryan Nicholas at plus 274. 6th, BDA, 257. 7th place, Gary Lennox, plus 184. 8th place, Kean Pryor, plus 107. 9th place, Kyler Crevier, plus 85. 10th place, Grant Benton, plus 84. 11th place, Rich Corwin, plus 46. Rounding out our field at 12th place, minus 53. We have Tanner Acosta. And as we move into our matches this game, in game 10, over on 1 and 2, we'll have Ian Willard versus Gary Lennox. 3 and 4, we got Kean Pryor versus BDA. 5 and 6, Ryan Nicholas, Jake Clemson. 7 and 8, Chris Tucholsky, Eric Jensen. 9 and 10, Grant Benton, Kyler Crevier. And on 11 and 12, we have Rich Corwin versus Tanner Acosta. And Jake's starting out spare strike this game. And we'll go ahead and step aside for a minute and be back with some updates shortly.
grab me a Powerade? Something other than red.
Do you think I could let me fill the water with the pitchers?
Who's that?
Game 10 matches are starting to come to a conclusion. And we got some things happening around us. We got in front of us Jake's bowling Ryan. Ryan's got a max score of 224. Jake now has a max score of 217. Ryan started off strike 3 splits and a bunch of strikes. Next door, second place, Crystal Holsky, only 2 pins behind. He's bowling Eric Jensen. Eric Jensen, who is in third place right now. Eric's got 113 in the 6th, the strike up in the 7th. Chris with 54 in the 3rd with the 4-bagger. So looking to potentially have the lead flip-flop again this game. Hey, did I hear that right? Did I hear that right, Eric? Did I hear that? Don't squish your thumb, Chris.
Game, something about like having game 3 out of my hand got super dry with the Rossi, so I hadn't been able to hold on the ball for fucking 6 games.
Oh my god.
I'm licking my well, I have dry, still licking my thumbs. I'm fucking licking my thumb like I'm Tom Smallwood.
Oh, Chris gets up and gets himself a 5-bagger. And Jake leaves a 10-pin first ball in the 10th. Jake makes the spare, gives him 206. Gives him 206 maximum possible. Not 206, but possibility 206. Ryan will need the first. As long as Jake gets 8 or better here, Ryan's going to need the first hit in the 10th. But bigger story of this game is right next door with Crystal Holsky on a 5-bagger. Had a chance to shoot 264. Gets an 8 count. Now he's got a 242 max score. Finishes up at 202. So now 202 means Ryan can go 9 spare strike and win by 1. And just a 9 count.
Where's my key?
Deep strapping.
Oh. Ryan makes a spare. Strike will win the 30-pin bonus. This could have huge implications for the tournament. But Eric could also play spoiler and help out Jake a little bit, so we'll see what's going to happen here. Eric Jensen can shoot 233, Crystal Holsky on 232 pace. Let's see what Ryan does here on his fill ball. And he gets a 9 count. They're going to split the bonus pins at 202. Down on 9 and 10. Grant Benton finishes with 202. Kyler Crevier's on 206 pace. Kyler's going to need a good count mark, good count to end up winning. And Eric Jensen got the first hit in the 10th. The second one here is huge in terms of opportunity to win 30 bonus pins from Chris. And potentially keep the overall lead fairly close, or closer. Let's see what happens here with Eric with the second ball in the 10th frame. Kyler gets the first strike in the 10th, so he's going to win his 30 bonus pins. Let's take a look at what's going on here. And Eric gets the second strike in the 10th. That could be huge for you. That could be huge. Eric's striking here. Eric's striking here. Good news. All right, we got Eric stepping up in the fill ball. The strike here puts a lot of pressure on Chris. And he shoots 233. So with that finish by Eric, that makes Chris double to win the game in the 30 bonus pins. And you know Chris Chris wants to get the second one. Eric was emoting a little bit after that match, or after the 10th frame. They're buddies. But I would expect here, if Chris gets this shot, this strike, I would expect that he's going to get pretty loud. Again, this could be the difference. Jake's going to get 15 with the bonus, so Jake's going to be at 17. This has a lot of implications with the lead, keeping the lead within 15 pins as well. Chris up and then yep, you knew he was going to go loud. Good shot by Chris, double in the 10th to win the 30 bonus points. And checking in on 1 and 2, Gary Lennox has finished the game with 227. Which are potential 227. I say that, he gets 225. Ian Willard will need a double as he's possible 235, so a double will get him the bonus points. Tanner Acosta shoots 191. And it looks like he's going to pick up another win. So comes on camera. says he's going to average over 187 the rest of the day. Goes down 11 and 12. Shoots 191, picks up a win. Match on 3 and 4 is a low scoring but close match. BDA is going to shoot 178, which means Kean will need the first strike in the 10th, a good count, to get the 30 bonus pins out of that one. Ian Willard up in 10th frame on lane 2. Needing a double to win, and he washes out, so Gary Lennox is going to get those 30 bonus pins. And based on the score Brian's bowling, I think that's going to bump Gary up at least one spot in the overall standings, which is also a huge, huge, huge win. So BDA finishes with 178. So Kean's going to need strike, 8 spare to win the 30 bonus pins. And Ian gets 2 on the washout. That's going to put him at 201. And Rich Corwin finishes with 170. Kean Pryor needs strike, 8 spare to beat BDA and get the 30 bonus pins. And Kean's not going to get the strike, so it's going to put him in the low 170s. With the spare. And Kean makes a spare. He's the last game out here. And then we'll move into the penultimate game. And then after this 11th game, we'll validate the scores.
BDA is not ready for the smoke.
Here we go. One last.
All right, now we have our standings. We're moving into game 11. Let's take a look at our standings. In first place at plus 619, we have Chris Tucholsky. In second place, 53 pins behind at plus 566, we have Jake Clemson. Third place, plus 416, we have Eric Jensen. Fourth place, plus 306, Ian Willard. In fifth place at plus 291, we have Ryan Nicholas. In sixth place at plus 265, we have BDA. Seventh place, plus 239, Gary Lennox. Eighth place, plus 131, Kyler Crevier. Ninth place, plus 86, Grant Benton. 10th place, plus 75, Kean Pryor. 11th place, plus 16, Rich Corwin. And in 12th place, at minus 32, Tanner Acosta. Tanner's on the upswing, though. He told you guys he was going to average 187 or better. He shot 191 with the win, and you get to see him on camera this pair.
Well, I shot 190.
You shot 190?
Yeah. 191, baby.
I thought you shot 191.
I did.
That's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gosh. Making me lie to the people out here. What?
And with a win, too. It's a 220.
Well, I mean, we don't know what those are. They've been hard to come by today.
Hey, now me and Rich are tied in wins.
You're tied in wins? Oh, shit. You guys are...
Two.
I'm not paying any extra for least amount of wins today, though.
Why not?
You get to pay me. Whoever has the least amount of wins gets to pay me $50.
Little fine?
It is now.
If you have less than 3 wins, you have shot $50.
I like that.
The slowest person here, I'm still going too fast.
Huh? All right.
Slower if I could.
All right, going into game 11. 1 and 2, Kean Pryor versus Ryan Nicholas. 3 and 4, Eric Jensen, Ian Willard. 5 and 6, Tanner Costa, Brian Deloise Anderson. 7 and 8, Grant Benton, Gary Lennox. 9 and 10, Rich Corwin, Jake Clemson. 11 and 12, Kyler Crevier, Chris Tucholsky. I'm going to step away for a minute and be back very shortly with some more updates. Oh, man. got to go look. My super play team was not doing good for me.
I don't think ours was either.
Well, they jumped up a few spots there. They
Not
got
looking
to 19th from 21st.
Oh no. Who's subbing?
Frank Dietz, Dan Lancaster, Matt Kemper.
They should be struggling.
And Matt Kemper. So, no, Lancaster's 126 over. Dietz 133 over. They're just high scoring today. It looks like the handicap teams are both good. And they got 2 300s there already. Yeah. Josh Wills is Josh Wills is 135 over on that.
I should have just pulled it out. At least if we were rolling for bowling good.
Shut the fuck.
I wouldn't be averaging 170.
Well, I mean, how come you left a 4-pin and it didn't score?
Yeah.
You could take the 4-pin for a spare, or you could bull the frame.
They're gonna have to reset that in the back too.
Huh?
They're gonna have to reset that in the back because the machine timed out.
The machine timed out apparently. I timed out too. Or I tapped out.
Who's winning this thing?
Right now you have
Tucholsky?
Chris Tucholsky has a 53-pin lead over Jake, and then 200 pins over third. So really it's Chris and Jake on the next couple of games. Unless like Eric shoots 270 and they both shoot like 160.
That ain't probably gonna happen.
I mean the 160s could be out there, but
The 270s, I'm not buying.
I mean the
It's possible.
270 is hard when you go strike spare though. It just makes it a little bit tougher. It means you kind of gotta have the next all, you know.
The next ball.
The back rest or back all. That's what I want to throw, the back all.
It's nice that you got $2 grand for first. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty, I mean,
Yeah.
$2 grand for first, 1,300 for second, 900 for third. It's pretty good.
I think last place should pay 4,000.
Should pay what?
I think 12 points should pay 4,000 because I had to be everyone's punching
Okay,
bag
well,
there.
I mean, if last place pays 4,000, you can pay me a $5,000 entry fee. It's about the same profit margin.
Hi, BDA.
Yeah.
Why do I start?
Because you're the GOAT. You're the 2-win GOAT today. Yeah, okay. $50 fine.
Where's Ryan? I thought he'd do better than he is.
I mean, he's,
Yeah, I mean,
the problem was both of them, if we look at qualifying yesterday, they both had almost 200 pins over second, third, fourth.
Good job, BDA. You don't want it.
So I mean,
You don't want it.
like they were 177 pins over Ryan yesterday, and then extended it a little bit today, right? But Ryan's won pretty good today. He's got.
I feel like a Brunswick staffer right now. Thought I'm black.
Well, I think we all need to get tropical surges. We all need to hit them with 180 grit
You know what
and
you
take
need
them up
to
to
do
500 grit.
that I think that would be hilarious?
What do I need to do?
You need to run an 80s throwback tournament. So only urethane and plastic. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, they're cool and all.
Sounds like I'm not doing that. Absolutely not.
I get to listen to enough whining about throwing reactive balls. No, I think it's unique. I just think it would be hard for enough people to find the actual 80s urethane or 80s plastic
Well, I'm not
balls.
saying like 80s urethane. I'm saying just
Andy
urethane and plastic.
Andy runs that RTB plastic thing at
I hate
Woodburn.
that tournament for one reason and one reason only.
Why?
Because if you're on storm staff, you have no cord in your spare balls.
Sure.
The hammer has those gas mask cores in it.
You're gonna have to bowl? get so nuked out of that. It's crazy. I gotta step away for a second. That's crazy.
It's like worst case scenario, salvage by you guys. Yeah.
And not this time.
Oh, yeah. Well, 5 pretty quick, so like, this torture. Like, come on, faster, but it's pretty quick process. You want to see, you go, down and go. Yeah. I would say probably under 10. I got anyway. If it's like 10 grand, it might be 12. That's what they literally said.
Where the fuck's that there all day?
In my mind, 48 feet, they shouldn't be able to play them. It's ridiculous.
You gotta think outside the box, man. Everything's wide open out there. You gotta try it all.
I thought I did try it all when I tried reacting up the twig.
Yeah, well, now with the eye on map, everything hooked in your swing.
It went like a gutter.
Yeah. There you go. Then you swung it.
No, I said on 10. Like, what do you want me to do? So on 4?
You've done it before, and I know you. That means you go walking that time. You were 380 over 5, 6. That's how you get going. You know, it's hard, but I mean...
I think I'm just going to take a page out of Ryan's book and just start twig. BDA, that is a sanctioned bagger for the boys. What?
Pressure's on.
That's a lead carrier right there. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
It's all said and done, 27, 30 games.
Especially because on that and all the right lanes today, I've been throwing 16 pounds. I'm throwing 15 on the left and 16 on the right.
Yeah, but you're so you got that.
Exactly. It's double the differential.
For me, I'd be using 16. Fuck 15.
It helps me so much.
Yeah.
Because you know the last thing you want to do with urinate too is fire it, and that really is good.
Definitely is. A little slow, a little hard.
I wish I would have done it years ago. But until the 78 hardness balls came out from EBA, I really, I guess the dinger didn't go off.
I think hammer still has
Oh, purple hammer's the best. This wire's irritating. 16 pound purple is better for the 15. I mean,
I mean, first shot.
He's over on that side.
Joking.
No, I'm like, wait.
Oh, we're breaking cameras and everything around here. Let's make sure we're still up and running. All looks good. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on in front of us. We got BDA with the 6-bagger, front 6. Tanner, triple spare strike. To the left of that, we got Gary Lennox with triple spare, triple spare. He's got a commanding lead down there. We got Ryan Nicholas's match is coming into the 10th frame down there at 1 and 2. So let's look there. Ryan's got 156 in this 8th, spare up in the 9th, and 6 pin in the 10th. He's shooting 190. He's bowling somebody. Kean Pryor. Kean's got 121 in the 7th. So Kean's got 2-teen max. Kean will need, if Ryan spares, Kean will need the first hit in the 10th account to win. Let's take a look at our leaders down on 11 and 12. We have Chris Tucholsky. Chris is bowling against Kyler Crevier. Kyler started out double, spare, strike spare. Long story short, Kyler looks like he's got 145 in the 7th with the spare in the 8th. Chris Tucholsky 64 in the 4th with a 4-bagger. Match is pretty close. Right next to them, we have Jake Clemson and Rich Corwin. Jake was 50 some odd pins behind Chris going into this game. Jake's got 123 in the 7th after missing I'm sorry. Yeah. 123 in the 7th with the spare up in the 8th for Jake. Max score 203. Rich Corwin, max score 209. So Jake's going to need to figure it out and catch a double here, depending upon Rich does. Rich goes Brooklyn and doesn't carry the strike. So that's going to give Jake a chance to get up in the 9th and 10th frame and strike out to win, which should be critical for any chance he has, realistically. And Keane gets a strike to win the 30 down there against Ryan. Tanner leaves the PBA washout and then picks up the 1-2-6. Good count. And Kyler 4-9s in the 9th frame against Chris. Not optimal if you're on the Jake fan club. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Chris maybe to get the bonus pins. Kyler's going to give it a run. And he gets 9 on the spare, which puts him at 172. Max score 202. Max score 202. Chris Tucholsky right now is in the 2-teen pace. Jake up in the 9th frame. Must double situation. And he gets the first strike. So if he doubles in the 10th, he wins. He's still going to be a little bit behind Chris. Chris up in the 9th frame. And Chris strikes in the 9th frame. So Chris got a max score 244. This could end up in Kean Pryor strikes out for 211 down there on 1 and 2. Jake must double situation. He's got to win the match. Got to get the pins. And he goes high. Leaves a 3-6-10. BDA leaves a 7 pin on the front 6. So Jake's got a max score of 183. Chris is already winning the 30 bonus pins. This could be another close to 100 pin swing. Chris gets 8 count. Gonna put him in the 230s. Jake makes a spare. That was important. puts Chris at. Oh, it's gonna put Chris in the 220, so 222 for Chris. If with the strike, still gonna win. Jake 182. Jake still has an outside opportunity to get saved a little bit. Rich Corwin will need a mark in the 10th to win the 30 bonus spins. Chris buckets for 218. Still going to get the 30, so he's going to get 48 to the positive. Huge here for Rich Corwin. A mark takes the 30 pins away, or gets the 30 pins, and makes the deficit between Jake and Chris around 120 going into the last game. And Rich gets up, and he strikes the first ball in the 10th. So Jake's going to lose 18. Chris is going to gain 48. That's another 66 pins. Chris will be about 120 pins ahead of Jake going into the last game. So Kyler finishes out that game with 192 max score. Rich Corwin's going to be in 189 with the strike. Gary finishes with 254. Hey, you might have won if you got to stay in that pair all day. So okay. One. Yep. One position round. Yep. Yeah, one more position round. Ian over on 3 and 4 finishes up with 172. Erickson gonna win there. So just got a couple scores to put in for the rest of this game, and then we'll tabulate the scores, get them back on the lanes for the last position round game of match play. Can you hand me that paper? Thank you. Tana. Oh, shit.
Find him.
Huh?
Find him. If your tent takes more than a minute. Automatic $350 fine to the last place finisher.
I never do anything nice for you. I got my camera right here.
Got 171.
This guy. 172?
I need all I can get, but then
I can't do math. What is that? Well, you're still above your 187 average you told the people.
Let's go, baby. Oh my good Lord Almighty.
That's what I have yesterday. You guys are 45.56. Here's the numbers for it. Alright, you did the math here wrong. Should be at 45.56. Alright, everybody here?
No, we all left.
Okay, good.
Chris and Eric, the tokers are out there. Is that against the rules? Disqualified.
PQ, PQ.
Integrity one day.
You were
Integrity Monday.
you were late for roll call. You're out. Team Momo. Team Shot Rash.
Are we just going straight in?
You guys need practice?
Straight in, bud.
Straight in. Alright, leader plus 667. Lane 5, Chris. Second place plus 548, lane 6, Jake.
That's close.
Third place plus 428, lane 3, Eric. Lane 4, BDA. Lane 7, Lennox. Lane 8, Nicholas. Somebody, BDA, somebody there. Give us BDA.
He's slow there.
9 and 10, Willard and Crevier. 1 and 2, Pryor and Benton. And 11 and 12, Corwin and Acosta. Straight into it. Good luck. First place difference is 119 pins.
So you're saying there's a chance?
89. 89's a tie.
Beat him by 90.
So let's do a tie. We'll just split the money. No extra games.
Someone took my.
Yeah, you're going Grand Finals, so I got you guys' sheets. So.
Paying off in check or cash?
Cash monies.
Cash money, I love that.
I don't pay checks anymore. I don't pay checks anymore. I had somebody deposit a check I wrote 2 years ago recently.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. No, yeah. They voted against one.
I would have that anyway.
It spends better.
Yeah, too bad I missed too many events this year. Because I could have got player of the year.
All right, going into our last game of match play here. We got our standings, so go ahead and pull those over here. Get our game number switched over. We're game 12 of 12. Last game. For all the glory, all everything. And bringing it over, our leader at plus 667. 119 pins over second place. Chris Tucholsky. In second place, we have Jake Clemson. Third place, plus 428, we have Eric Jensen. Fourth place, plus 350, Brian DeLuisa Anderson. Fifth place, Gary Lennox, plus 323. Sixth place, Ryan Nicholas, plus 285. Seventh place, Ian Willard, plus 277. Eighth place, Kyler Crevier, plus 121. Ninth, Keenan Pryor, plus 116. 10th, Grant Benton, plus 67. 11th, Rich Corley, plus 35, and Tanner Costa at minus 44 rounds out our field. Again, this is our last game. Jake would have to beat Chris by 90 pins to win. Chris will start off with a double. Jake started off spare strike, so likeliness of that happening is probably not very good. Anything could happen though, but it's been a fun day here. Bowlers have bowled well. First place taking home $2,000. Second place 1,300. Third place 900. Fourth place 700. 550 for third. 475 for sixth. Or fifth is 550. Sixth is 475. Seventh 450. So on and so forth. So still got a little bit to bowl for. Gary Lennox has got he's only 27 pins behind BDA for fourth spot. That's a $150 jump between third and fourth. Really odd things could happen potentially. Eric Jensen could have a huge game, and Jake could have a not so huge game. It's a 120 pin difference there. Ryan Nicholas is bowling Gary, so that one's pretty close. But it looks like at this point the field's kind of bunched up. We got Ian and Ryan probably bowling for 6th and 7th. We have Gary and BDA bowling for 4th and 5th. First is probably going to stay in first, and second's going to stay in second, and most likely third will stay in third. But we'll kind of follow along the action as it goes, and looks like we're going to potentially crown a red-hot Grand Finals champion. Chris Tucholsky winning everything recently, winning the doubles. Chris won our March event in Woodburn. It's 3 straight months. You won Woodburn?
No, Johnny.
Johnny, you won Milwaukee.
I won Milwaukee and then doubles.
Milwaukee doubles. Okay. That's a nice little heater. Man, you never strike.
I thought I was going to get the ninth and not the seventh.
All right, looking at what's going on. Chris got 154 in the 7th. So he's locked up the win. BDA down there, bowling 3-4 match. Eric started out front 4, so he's gonna potentially take that bonus away from him. Gary Lennox over there in 5th, trying to get to 4th. Spare, double spare, spare strike. Nicholas open strike, spare, 3-bagger. So Ryan's got a max score 244. Gary's got a max score 257. And we can see all that action right now. We got all the pairs covered that have any implications for anything. Jake with the spare. I mean, this is a big game, this 4th-5th match up here. There's a lot of scratch in between. Not your game, but like difference between 4th and 5th.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's one of the bigger jumps. I mean, they get big 3rd, 4th, and 3rd. Obviously,
I haven't looked.
no, here's like that's what I'm saying, 550 for the 5th.
Oh, yeah.
7's a huge jump.
Yeah.
I would. Eric's in 30s, kind of locked in it as well. You got about 120, you got about 90 if RCD wins. So, I mean, I think you got 180 in you. You know, just looking at the numbers, I think we're going to hold off. I could be wrong.
Just punch out.
I mean, I got 13. Look, I got 13 of these for you.
Like, it makes a big difference for him. Yeah, he's gonna go
No,
home.
I mean, I built the steepness. If you look at like 6th last year, I think 5th is pretty close.
Yeah,
And
like-
then the numbers just going.
Yeah, like down
That
here,
shit crazy.
whatever. But then, yeah, top load it.
I got.
Yeah, do that one more time. make rain.
Make it rain. There you go.
Make it rain.
Can I pay you guys out and make it rain?
Whoever grabs the most points.
Give me a money. Give me a
Money gun?
A money gun. I was gonna say money spoiler.
You.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I thought twice
Get it.
about that. Oh.
Stop.
What the? That pin is literally leaning. Yeah.
That's just, I've never seen that done before. Now we need a nice
I thought it was falling the whole time. I was like,
It was like,
It did.
I got it.
somebody wants to pause, let it go. Sorry. Stand your head back up.
I wish I had 2 things.
Had what?
Yeah.
I would have carried it for sure.
For sure.
I'm gonna shoot at it. It's in relatively the right spot.
I mean, I did have Eric shoot at a 5-pin earlier that had the 510 because I'm like, I'm not going to worry about him redoing it, right? Just the 5's in the middle. The 10's not going to affect whether he makes it or not. I do want to have a challenge though and have him set up like the 5-10 on lane 11 and see who can pick it up with the 10 pin. The way that cushion is. Right? Alrighty, got some matches that are finishing up. Got the match on 1 and 2 between Grant Benton and Kean Pryor. Grant Benton's going to win that match. And I wish you guys could have seen that on camera. Grant literally just left the 5-7-10. The 7 fell left, and the 5 fell forward. It's pretty cool. Hey, see what happens when you miss my events to go bowl regionals?
Did I only get one for regional?
Grants Pass, right?
Yeah.
Was there another one too?
Angel of the Winds?
No, because that was...
That was the weekend after the double.
Which ones did you miss? You guys bowled the first doubles.
I didn't bowl first.
Oh, you didn't go down to Eugene. Grants Pass was Proprietors Cup last year, right? Or this? Oh, that's right.
That's why
I didn't bowl Woodburn either.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, well, triangle singles.
I didn't bowl triangle singles either. Well, I had my daughter that weekend.
Hey, you can't lose second place now. What'd they do? I mathed it right. You got that cushion to work with. Grant Benton bowled his highest game of the day the last game.
That's hilarious because I really thought I cured that one. Well, that sucks.
Oh no. Alright, so Grant Benton shoots 235, defeats Kean Pryor. Jake Clemson locks up second place with 195. Chris Tucholsky, 4 9s in the 10th frame. Still has plenty. Congratulations to Chris on winning this year's OBA Grand Finals tournament. Chris and Jake dominated the field yesterday and continue to do so today. Good bowling to both of them. Somebody had to win, and Chris just stayed out of trouble a little bit better than Jake did for the day. Looking over on 7 and 8, Ryan Nicholas with 212. With the spare. Chris finishes up, gets one, 210. Winner of the tournament. Ryan finishes up with 212. So super important 10th frame here for Gary Lennox. Gary gets a first strike and a spare. And he may, just may, he's only 20 pins behind BDA. BDA is not getting bonus pins. And BDA is shooting 200. Gary Lennox gets the first hit in the 10th and a spare, and he's going to jump from 5th to 4th, which is a huge $150 payday increase. Somebody's slamming stuff when they finish in 9th place behind me.
Great bowling all weekend, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well deserved. You and I kept going back and forth.
All right, so Gary. Big shot for Gary right here. He hates it. He hates it for a Brooklyn strike. That's huge. I once watched Ryan Nicholas do that at a Proprietors Cup and slap it out for a win. And he did it against Ryan Nicholas. Crazy. And BDA leaves a 10 pin first ball in the 10th. So Brian's got 193 max. So presuming Gary now fills this frame, Gary will jump Brian and go into the place. Oh, fourth.
My dad's.
Oh, and Gary gets that double in the 10th. So Gary Lennox is going to shoot 223. He's going to win. He's going to go from 5th to 4th. Eric Jensen's going to have the big game here. He's going to go from 3rd to 3rd. We got Kyler shooting 189 against Ian. Ian's got 180 max. Kyler's going to win that one. Brian finishes with 193. Gary finishes with 223. Eric makes a spare. Eric's going to finish in the 230s. Ian finishes at 170 down there. Eric finishes at 238. And then we're just finishing up down there with Tanner Acosta with the 167. And Rich Corwin just finishing up. And as soon as Rich Corwin finishes up, we'll go over the whatchamacallits and call it good. You want some? Take it. It was good. I just couldn't eat the rest of it.
I was staring at it during the title match.
I was offering it like a game ago. I was like trying to hand it to people. Nobody wanted it.
Thanks for making me carry this all day. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take the banners down now?
Oh, of course. Well, wait for Rich to throw his fill ball. All right, and the last ball of the grand finals goes to Rich Corwin.
Go on, Rich.
And Rich finishes with 195. I'll get his picture in a minute after. All right, so that concludes our grand finals match play portion of our event. Final standings. Winning at plus 707, Chris Tucholsky. Second place, Jake Clemson. Third place, Eric Jensen. Fourth place, Gary Lennox. Fifth place, Brian DeLuise Anderson. Sixth place, Ryan Nicholas. Seventh place, Ian Willard. Eighth place, Kyler Crevier. Ninth place, Grant Benton. 10th, Kean Pryor. 11th, Rich Corwin. And 12th place, Tanner Acosta. Thank all you guys for watching our bowling events, supporting us. If you haven't already, like and subscribe to the page. We'll be bringing more streaming stuff, more content throughout the summer, and our next season will start back up in August. Again, thank you all, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Tomorrow is when we have our club meeting. What place did I take? 6.
All fucking for it. Where is everybody?
I'm right here.
If I call your name and you're not here, I get to keep your money?
Is it cash?
It's cash.
Oh, hell yeah. We're doing cash this week? Let's go.
We do cash every tournament. Where have you been?
If you've been cashing regulars, you
I mean,
know.
how'd you make the grand finals and not get a catch?
I don't know. Well, hey, man. You guys dropped down to like 48 spots. I just happened to be there.
In 12th place for $325, Tanner Costa.
Tanner, where are you?
11th place, earning $350. If you're not here, I'm taking your money. Rich Corwin.
Hey, Tanner.
We should just write camera check.
350. In 10th place, earning $375, Kean Pryor.
You don't get paid.
Oh, you? I didn't even see you here. Okay.
I'm like, what are you?
Were you,
Oh,
were you
thanks,
here,
man.
Were
He
you
was
here
here the whole time. We were just fucking with you. Tanner, where are you?
Has he been right here the whole time?
He's been standing right here. We've been giving him shit the whole time because he didn't know that you got paid in cash.
Hey, man. Shut up.
9th place, $400, Grant Benton.
Look at you, Grant.
The GB9.
8th place, $425, Kyler Crevier.
No, I'm gonna. This was an evidence thing of this does not help me in the slightest.
That's why you just got to the poop room and you're fine.
No, I'm channeling all of this off.
Yeah, hey, text me on it.
I will.
Can you at least do like one like breaking day? Where you do, like,
7th place, $450, Ian Willard.
or like Wolverine.
Oh,
Or you just get rid of this.
Yes.
Just
No.
just get rid of this. Leave this.
Thank you, sir. I'll fucking go to. I'll go to
All of that is going towards my
Just
GoFundMe.
get
Sixth
this
place.
out and this out.
Yeah.
Leave the long strip
475,
down.
Ryan
All of that
Nicholas.
is going to my GoFundMe for getting every legendary brawler in Brawl Stars. That's going towards my GoFundMe. It is. It's all going towards my GoFundMe for Brawl Stars.
5th place,
Right.
$550, BDA.
Okay. Woohoo! Turn the other stuff. I can go there.
We all made more per hour.
Yeah, I'll just delete it.
Appreciate it. Then who? Then you.
It's going towards my legendary. I'll stop
4th
it right.
place,
And I'll go, yeah.
Oh
See you
no.
later.
4th place,
With that.
for $700, Gary Lennox.
The tough thing is you were overly courteous because like I'd see times where you were already up there with your
Oh,
ball,
run, man.
and I would just pick up my ball and then you would just let me go.
3rd place, $900, Eric Jensen.
I'll go. Let go.
Like when I was
But if you're already up to like 7
Thanks, boss.
My score sheet. This is my score
letting
sheet.
everyone around you know, hey, this is good.
2nd place, $1,300, Jay Clemson.
I like the blue on blue on.
But I sped myself up when I was bowling you. Plus my ball reaction wasn't best on that there, so therefore I shoot like 7.
And our
And
champion,
I slow back down. but
earning
which
$2,000
I'm
in our grand finals title, Chris Tuholsky.
That wasn't just.
Christoph Porzingis.
Who's Tingus Pingus?
Who's this dingus bangus?
Yeah, there's nothing I can change about that.
Looks like I need to stop by the ATM and put this thing back.
I say you. Go in the video
Or just get his fanny pack.
full send, Chris.
Just get a fanny pack and some.
Oh, I got some money.
Luckily, Kathy was keeping us like, hey, she saw it too. She's like, hey, to sponsor your track. He's like,
Oh, shit. Oh.
Is that what we call that? A 12-point finish? We call that great bowling? God, this is low, dude.
Ridiculous. Because do they only do handicap bowling in the nationals, or do they do scratch ones too? Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Well, simply because
You'd be stupid to do
I straight up embarrassed myself.
What? Jake.
I'd rather finish 12.
Well, if you find your send it to my little dad. I was supposed to. For women's nationals.
No enemy, first enemy, every enemy. No, those third. A lot. Maybe you go with 2,000. You and I are probably the first 2 hours. Yeah. Guaranteed.
No.
Guaranteed.
My phone's out of the truck. I haven't looked at it all day.
They're using the last 3.
Oh my god.
Like 187.
Oh, you're fine.
Hey, you're joining Elite Company.
Gary, you were 4th, right?
My dad's won the grand finals. Like,
Your dad? Yeah, you're in Elite Company now.
My nationals average is 2.
The guy that won in 22, I don't know. He kind of fell off the face of the earth.
That's a fucking.
Look at that. He's thinking about it.
I'll talk to Eric.
What, Eric?
No, Gary
What?
wants to present. He
Oh,
wants
okay.
to get it.
Everyone wants in on that action now.
Thank you, Sean.
But what I want is I want you to be all in without knowing.
Appreciate it.
Pretty much.
I want Derek to look you in the face and be like, "I'll put you in for $200."
Oh, I did.
And then put you in for
Like,
$6, right?
mom or dad is serving hip hop sandwiches off the bridge.
Well,
My mom, I was like,
you're getting
yeah, you too.
you're getting 2,400
Knowing
points.
that I'm going to take the bridge halfway home.
And Bill's getting like.
Well, I mean, she
This is last year's no.
I fucking
Bill's
got too
getting,
close to
and
him.
he finished like 21st. He's getting like 1,100 points.
Yeah, I didn't have him by. He had me by more than 1,300.
Is this your tape?
Yeah, he still made it. That's crazy. To be fair though,
Yeah, I figured that was the way it was gonna be. Like,
He just was bleeding on his pinky and then just went,
but 75% of the time I was just like, man, you know what?
Well,
I'm big flooring off of like quarterboard misses.
Bye, Ryan. See you on Saturday.
Yeah.
You'll appreciate this. I watched her jump last week. And
Sometimes I was
by the time I watched
I think if I had a goal, I'd probably do it.
by the time I got back, they had written their name in chalk on my truck.
I watched a video.
Oh,
Shit, Christoph.
Another awesome season, brother.
All right, I'm out of here.
One of the worst.
Call of Duty.
We'll play one of the fucking first-person shooters.
Okay.
And the guy was on like a killing spree. The team was gonna win. He just needed like one more kill so the team would win. He had a helicopter. And he
Kobe!
just yelled Kobe and no bombs it into somebody else on the ground.